Don't even go there. Okay.
Good morning, lovely people. Hi there.
Good morning. How you doing, Diane?
Just fine, thanking yourself.
Fine. I'm great. I'm wonderful. I'm blessed.
How was Mother's Day?
Thank you, baby. Hi, Wanda.
Hello, Georgie. George, and let me see. I gotta see everybody.
Yeah.
Hello, Wanda.
Wait a minute. Hello, Diane. How are you?
All
Hello,
right.
everyone.
Hey, Wanda.
Hello.
All right.
Hi, Alex.
Good morning, Alex. He got it on mute.
I'm sleepy already.
Hey, Diane.
What?
Yeah, you were talking about people who live in D.C. I was born at Galaxy Hospital too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you know, I forgot Gallagher turned into DC General.
I know.
I thought Gallagher used to be a hospital over there off of North Carolina Avenue.
I don't know where. What'd you say, huh? It's in what was the Southeast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a small hospital over there somewhere?
Yeah.
My
I
husband
thought
said,
that wasn't crazy. What was the name of that hospital?
I can't think of it right now. But
Oh, okay.
it was A Street,
what used to be on 8th Street?
the hospital.
Oh, okay. Because he used to work there over there. He used to be a security officer over there.
Oh, okay.
A long time ago. It used to be with DC Jim, wasn't it?
No, not that one.
Oh, not that one. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I used to live on 52 M Street. I was a little girl, but my father moved us to Maryland, right off Addison Road. I used to live Chapel Oaks Drive.
Oh, okay.
I used to go to Farmer Heights High School, Maryland. But before I was, the address 52 M Street Southwest, next to Hughes Lunchroom. I was a little girl then, and like I said, we moved in Maryland when I was about 3 years old.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
when did you come back to DC?
Back in, I think it was 69.
Right.
Hi, Brenda.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning.
Hey, Carolyn. Hey, Diane. How are
Hey,
you?
hey, right.
And Jen.
Good morning.
We got a gent in there too. How's
Good morning.
everyone? Hi, Miss
Everybody-
Sheila.
No, what I like about it is,
How's everybody doing this morning?
Wonderful.
yes,
Hello?
I had a good cup of coffee in my breakfast, so I
You
feel
muted,
good.
Diane?
I haven't had no coffee yet. But for my breakfast, I had some grapes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love grits.
No, grapes. I had grapes.
Oh,
From-
grapes. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to get some coffee now.
Yeah.
I'm going to get some coffee now.
Well, go get you some coffee. My husband said he's gonna get him some coffee. He loves him some McDonald's coffee.
Oh, I like
Good
that too.
morning.
I bought the pods for that. I got a K cup and I bought a K cup pods McDonald's coffee. It's so good. Oh yeah.
He love it. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
He
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
morning.
Huh?
I say good morning.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
You know, I was interested in where we all come from, like our parents and stuff,
Yes.
And because we do have, even though our parents come from different parts of the country. We
Yes.
do have that accent that they carry.
Yes,
You I'm not explaining it right.
I understand what you're saying. Mhm. Yeah,
You know,
my mom from Westmoreland, Virginia, and my father from the Plato, Maryland.
oh, okay.
Mhm.
My mother was from Great Falls, North Carolina. South, I forgot which one of them Carolinas. My
Okay.
daddy was from Gaffney, South Carolina.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my mom, she was from Kannapolis, North Carolina, and my father was somewhere in South Carolina. I forgot.
Right.
I know it's South Carolina.
What you doing?
Well, you know what I liked about the story that my uncle used to
Yeah.
tell how they came up here to live and how they live with family, and when they got their families, my father's brothers and sisters came to live with us until they got their start, you know, in life. And those are the interesting stories when you seen how close families were.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be
Yeah.
off. I'm gonna move by 12:30.
Well, I'm going to get that coffee.
Okay.
I'm going to stop by the bank and put this check in there.
Okay.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone?
Wait a minute,
Okay.
wait a minute.
Good, good. Somebody having some coffee?
Yeah,
What
mine isn't
that's
ready
what we
yet.
were
but I'm
talking
gonna get
about.
some.
They love to be heard, don't they?
I got yesterday for the first time. I got a good meal from the Meals on Wheels.
Uh-huh.
I got mashed potatoes, some spinach, and a meatloaf. And surprisingly, that meatloaf was good. Everything was really good.
That's wonderful.
And where it come from?
Meals on Wheels. You know the meals that they bring you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's
Oh,
good.
There's a church across the street where I live in Maple Spring Baptist Church. I live on Pennsylvania Avenue, Southeast. Well, anyway,
Oh.
they talk about food, hot food every other Wednesday now. It used to be every Wednesday, but every other Wednesday at 1:00. So I'm gonna leave here about 12:30.
Oh, that's right.
I might meet you there.
Oh, that's right, Carla.
We almost neighbors. We almost neighbors, so I might meet you there.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Do y'all know if that church is off of 6th Street somewhere over here? Do they still sell meals? You know, I forgot
Eddie
the name.
Grace. You
Daddy
talking about
Grace Church.
Yeah. Do they
Hello.
still sell?
I
Hello,
don't
everyone.
know.
Hello.
Good
Probably not.
morning.
Hello, Maxine, my goodness, how are you,
Hi.
girl?
I'm
It's
feeling
so
much
good to
better.
see
You
you.
know, I know I had been a long road because I was in so much therapy because my mouth was all twisted and everything. I'm trying to get used to talking with my dentures again. You know,
Okay, you looking good.
look good, girl. I feel good. My daughter took me on a cruise the end of April. The
Take your time.
oh boy, oh, shoot.
Take
No,
your
take your time,
Take your
Steve.
time.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
on a
Yeah.
cruise. We
So
get it.
you on a cruise?
We
This time,
I went with my daughter. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
very good.
That's
Well, that's
nice,
wonderful. That's
Maxine.
wonderful.
Yeah, I
Good
am.
seeing you.
It's been a little rough.
Yeah.
We
But
missed you,
You
man.
made it through.
I
You
miss
made it through.
I
You missed
I'm
us?
doing, I'm doing speech therapy.
Okay.
Therapy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes, yes,
I gotta do speech therapy.
Okay.
yes.
Good.
I do better without my chops in my mouth, but they
Right.
it gets
So you trying to be cute on us, huh?
Oh, could I, excuse me,
but
could I interrupt, what if
it helps
thanks,
to give some support to this
Support
side
for
of
you.
my
Sure.
Okay.
this whole side is just like
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you do what
is
you
it
have to
kind
do.
of
What's good
numb?
for you.
uh
I said, do what you have to do and what's good for you. You
and
know.
I gotta get a hearing aid because I done lost the hearing in my left ear. But
Okay.
Okay.
I keep saying, everybody it's hard for me because I'll be saying what you say, and
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I
get
know
a
how
little
that is.
get a little embarrassing because
That's
Don't
okay.
worry about that.
No,
trying
don't
to say I
Don't worry
didn't
about
hear
that.
what you say, and I
I
don't
know
care
what
how
you mean.
loud it's
I
turned.
think we all go through that. We all go through that from time to time. So don't worry about it. You know.
How loud things are. I'm gonna have to take these teeth out my mouth because they just turn.
Okay, that's all right.
Do you, Ronnie? Do you?
Okay,
That's right.
happy day to everybody. I'm so glad. This is the first day I don't have to be in therapy or be in the doctor's office and
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
I went through that last year, and I
It's
was
so good to see you.
yeah.
It
I'm
sure is.
We are
Yes.
missed you.
everybody. I said, oh my goodness, but you can't really use the pad when you're at the hospital or with the doctor's office because it's noisy. I don't care.
Right.
Right, right.
Yeah.
People coming in and out because Mo called me, he always checked me out for Blue Night. We've been friends since 69.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Ron
I-
told us, I've been asking him about you, and he told us that you went on a cruise with your daughter. So
yeah,
yeah.
she took me, she said, "Mom, I'm gonna brighten your day." I felt bad because I took oh Lord.
Take your time. Take your
It's
time.
okay. Yeah, take your time. It's okay.
I, oh, I
You
took
be
my
okay.
roader, my walker,
Right.
and I felt bad, but when I got there, I wasn't the only one that had a walker.
There you go.
Right.
And
That's
The
right.
whole cruise
Hey.
had walkers. A lot of
yeah,
They
they
got
did.
a whole
Right.
lot of us that got walkers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
yeah, so don't even worry about that.
They did.
Yeah.
And I said, I need to start working on my art. I can get to working on my art.
Right.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know
I-
what, Maxine?
Maxine,
With
you know,
throughout
we
all
miss
your
you and we
ailments that
love
you
you.
have,
Uh-huh.
I said throughout
said
all
you-
your ailments you got, you still here, and you gonna
Still
be
here.
okay.
right,
That's
right.
Yeah,
right.
I'm still
And
here.
Maxine,
Huh?
and Maxine, you still got us. This is Ann. We still love you. We're still your friends and buddies,
Thank
and we're gonna
you.
help you along.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay? Because I
Thank
know
you.
that if it was me, you'd be right there. So
Yeah.
or any
Yeah.
one of us. So
Mhm.
we've been missing you, and we're glad you're feeling better. I know I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Right.
glad that you're feeling
Yes.
better.
Yes.
And just know that God got your back.
Yes,
That's right.
yes, he do. Yes, he
That's
do.
right. He woke
Yes, he
you up
do.
and yeah,
Thank you. Whoever
yes.
said that, he woke us up
He
this
woke
morning.
me
Yes,
up.
he did.
Yes.
I was slow moving this morning. So
That's okay. I get slow moving every morning, but you know what? I'm thankful. I'm thankful that the people give me my recliner chair to get up, my pole to pull me up, up,
Yeah.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
girl.
up,
Yes.
up.
I have a
Oh,
question. I have a
you know.
question. All you all you ladies look so good first thing in the morning. Does that mean y'all wash y'all face?
You, 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 like you know what? I throw water. I put cold water on my face because somebody asked me. I'm not going to say what denomination, but they looked at me one day and who do you Botox? I said Vaseline, coconut oil, and olive oil.
All
You
right.
know,
All right.
Oh, you know,
I
it's
didn't want to
surprising.
say the obvious words don't crack, but
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Let me tell
we
you,
just had
coconut
that
oil
glow.
and olive oil really work.
Yep,
right.
Yeah.
yep, yep.
They
Oh,
work, okay? They work.
look,
Because my
That's
mother was that 85 when she died, and she looked like she was 50.
yeah.
Mhm.
I used to and 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 and, and, and my daughter, while I was on the boat, she got me a a full body massage.
Oh wow.
Okay.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
girl.
Wow.
That was
Oh,
so. I
That's
mean,
awesome.
my daughter just she. Oh my goodness, that I started crying. She said, "Mommy, don't cry." I said, "But I can't help but to cry because you." She just surprised me. She said, "Don't ask questions, just come on."
That's
Yeah.
right. Take
Wow.
care of her mama. That's right. I love it.
She flew me first class on Delta.
All
oh,
right.
When
Wow.
I said, I got a walker. Don't we go? First, she said, "Mommy, don't worry about that." She said, "We got priority seating, first class."
All
Mhm.
right.
Oh.
Go
she,
Um,
ahead,
she,
Maxine. That's
my,
wonderful.
my daughter really, she was an angel. She held my hand all the way.
oh, bless her.
Good,
That's
good.
That's
great.
wonderful. That's so lovely.
That's
That
And
is so
yeah,
sweet.
Just put my daughter over there to her to take notes.
well, you know, we have to pray for those that feel like they distant, um,
Oh, they might not have yet though. Because
distant from their parents because they don't
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
when you go lose them. You know,
if there's anything from that on there, is that one thing you're waiting on?
what are they doing today? I thought is that Alex?
No, that was somebody else talking.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's somebody that's got their TV on and
oh, I don't have.
talking to somebody else, and
Oh,
they
I'm just
they
trying.
don't remember to,
I'm
like I
trying
to
forgot,
mute
they
themselves.
forgot to mute
I'm
themselves.
trying to peek and hear, and oh my goodness.
We're gonna update our iPad
I
today.
think there are
Oh,
multiple
we're doing
Right.
the update.
to get more
Yeah,
information.
update.
Oh,
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good
hi,
morning,
Good
Alex.
morning, Alex.
good morning, Alex.
Hi, Maxine. Welcome back.
Good
It's nice
morning,
to see you
Alex.
on.
Thank you.
Hello.
I didn't forget your cheesecake, but I feel I'm making cheesecake.
Oh, that's so sweet. No, I've just been getting ready for today, but it was so nice to hear your guys' conversation. And again, welcome back, Maxine. We missed you so much.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm
it's so sweet.
just bear with me I'm gonna try. I'm gonna unmute. Wait a minute, unmute myself so I can hear if what I do now, what I need to do. What?
Yeah, but it might be.
No, you're good,
The little
Maxine.
mic.
Just about to present. And just if you have a question, just make sure to raise your hand or ask it at the end. Okay?
Okay,
Yeah. But
the earplug thing you gave me for my
Well, you were gonna give you antibiotics.
the-
It might
I can't use them because the doctor said with the thing that happened to my ear canal narrowed and they won't even stay in.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So-
Maybe try connecting a speaker to your iPad if you need the
Oh.
volume to go up. Try doing that, and that may work. Okay.
Okay, you show me how to do that one day.
Sure, no problem. So
Okay.
again, Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's had a wonderful Wednesday and a week so far, and
Happy and
especially
beautiful.
on Mother's Day. I'm really glad to be on today. Um, Sorry, I just heard a couple TVs. I want to make sure that everyone's able to hear and understand all the information that we present. So thank you so much. If you have a question, please raise your hand by hitting more and then hit raise hand, or put your question in the chat. And that way we can answer it when appropriate. But again, I hope everyone having a great Wednesday so far. I know we had the DC Fire Department yesterday, so I hope they were interesting and you learned something new. I was able to hop on for a couple minutes and the presenter did a great job. And yeah, today after our advanced training, we have the Lunch Club book edition from Crystal, who will be presenting, and then we'll be doing module 5 in the afternoon. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started with today's lesson, which like someone said before, it is on how to upgrade your iPad software and how to learn how to do backups. So again, thank you for coming on for today. I know next week there will be a brand new presentation for you guys, so just check the daily email on Monday for that topic. But before we get started, like I usually do, I want to show what's happening for the rest of the week. So on Thursday and Friday, just so that way you guys are aware. If you can't see me or hear me for any reason, please let me know. I don't mind you interrupting for that. I really appreciate that. But as always, for the daily email, we have an image. You know, it's nice to stay current. So today it's National Walnut Day. Like I said before, today we're doing iPad software updates. We have the Lunch Club at 12, again presented by Crystal, and we have module 5, which goes over the DC Public Library apps and the iPad keyboard, among other things. Again, the email has been updated, where all the classes are in one section, so it's much easier to read through. So I hope everyone enjoys that small but significant change. On Thursday, we have, again, the Lunch Club at 12, but with Caroline. And then in the afternoon, we have the Alzheimer's Association, and they're talking about effective communication strategies. Okay, and last but not least, this Friday, we have our 10:30 a.m. advanced training, how to publish your own book. And in the afternoon, we have the last of our AT&T trainings for now. We'll be going over cybersecurity basics. So for those that have not received the AT&T gift card from last year, just make sure you complete at least 2 of these. So if you attended either this past Monday, the last Monday before that, or last Friday, you just need to attend this training in order to receive that gift card. As always, these are the library. This is the library flyer with all the 4 upcoming booked and confirmed library trainings. And you can just call the help desk and make a reservation. So that way we can meet you in person, answer any questions that you may have, among other things. This week's highlight is Taraji P. Henson. Again, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. And I knew of her contributions and wanted to showcase that for you guys. So Taraji P. Henson is an acclaimed American actress, singer, activist, and DC native who has used her platform to bring awareness to mental health issues and reduce stigma associated with seeking help. Here are a few of her contributions in the field of mental health. You can read more about what she did, but she opened up about her personal experience. She created the Boris Lawrence Henson Foundation, and she promotes suicide prevention efforts. Overall, she uses her platform to break down barriers around mental health conversations and promote understanding, empathy, and accessibility to resources for people suffering from mental health issues. Below that, of course, these are our emails that you can email for assistance, the attendance and midterm survey, library training, and general assistance. So for most of you, you have done your classes and you've done your survey. If not, the emails are there. Most of you would be either contacting the library email or the help desk. Same thing for general assistance. Okay, So again, you receive this email every day, Monday through Friday. So this is how you look up to see what is going on for the rest of the week. On Monday, I suggest you look at it again, so that way you could plan your week out in advance. So that way when you hop onto the class, you already know what's going on. So that is our daily email for today. But again, this morning, we'll be covering how to upgrade your iOS software to iPad OS 16.4.1a. And I'll discuss each part of those during the presentation. If you could give me a minute to read the disclaimer, I'd really appreciate it. The WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by the WildTech, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, and any social media pages maintained by the WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners, and presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. Thank you so much for letting me read the disclaimer. iPad OS 16, which came out in November of last year, gives you powerful new ways to do more than ever. You're able to share and communicate with the people who matter, level up your productivity, and apps across the system are more intuitive, more customizable, and more capable. So it's really important that everyone is updated to the latest version. What is an operating system? An operating system is the most important software that runs on a computer. It manages the computer's memory and processes. It manages software and hardware, and it allows you to communicate with the computer without knowing how to speak the computer's language. The basis of all pretty much computers and technology is a binary code, so like zeros and ones. So we don't have to know the combination of zeros and ones to able to use the device, which is great, which is why we have the operating system in the first place. Without an operating system, a computer is useless. So as you can see, you can akin the operating system to the brain. It's without the brain, there is no life. So it's very important that we keep it healthy and updated. The operating system manages all of the software and hardware on the computer. Most of the time, there are several different computer programs running at the same time, or different apps on your iPad, and all they need to access your computer central processing unit, or CPU, memory, and storage. The operating system coordinates all of this to make sure each program gets what it needs. So like I said, you can run different programs at the same time and the device is still operable, which is great. You can multitask, you can have different applications open at the same time. So you can use information from each to make your final product or so. Why is updating your operating system important? This pesky reminders that pop up on your computer, they're always reminding you that your applications and drivers are out of date. It always seems like they're ugly reminders right when you're in the middle of something important. But even in that case, you should still follow them and keep your computer or device up to date. These updates have security patches that can cover security holes and keep the hackers out of the network, because any system, even Apple, which is pretty much really, really great. I've never had any security issues with Apple products, but nothing is ever 100% foolproof, right? That's just, not possible. But we can get really, really close where these little updates make a big difference. In addition to security fixes, software updates can include new or improved features, as well as improved compatibility with various devices or applications. And then what are these patches? Again, these updates are not designed to ruin our lives. In fact, they're designed to make our computer safer and keep us from exploiting vulnerable spots. So again, these updates are meant to make your device safer, gives you more peace of mind when using the device and more. Again, these updates can fix the code that allows hackers to install damaging malware on our computers or delete important files. The things that you've been so busy working on that you think you don't have time to update your software, those are at risk if you decide to ignore the reminder. So again, when your device, your iPad lets you know that it needs an update, you should really take those few minutes to get that set up and ready to go. How long does the update take? The good thing about installing updates is that you just have to click a button. And if you set it up correctly or a certain way, then you do not even have to do that. It'll do it automatically. The installation procedure normally takes between 10 and 20 minutes, depending on the update or upgrade and how big that file is. When you include 5 to 10 minutes for setup, the iPad OS 16 software update should overall take 20 to 45 minutes, but that's if you're just downloading 16 for the first time. If you're downloading an update like a 0.1 or a 0.2 or 0.3, probably about 10 to 20 minutes. One new thing that Apple has released are called rapid security responses. These are a new type of software release for Apple devices. They deliver important security improvements between software updates. So these are in addition to the regular mini updates that come out on your device. For example, improvements to Safari, the WebKit framework stack, or other critical system libraries relating to security. They may also be used to mitigate some security issues more quickly, such as issues that might have been exploited or reported to exist in the wild. So they have people from Apple working on security and making the system more secure. And they also have the community, the Apple community, to send them saying, hey, I found this exploit, it needs to be fixed. So it's again really important that you download these. New rapid security responses are delivered only for the latest version of your Apple software, whether that be iOS, iPadOS, or macOS. It begins with 16.4.1 for you guys because you guys have an iPad. So once you download 16.4.1, you'll also be getting these rapid security responses, again, that are important just to make your device even more secure. What does an iCloud backup do? So before we even update, we want to make sure that we do a backup of your device, because if you back up your iPad, you'll have a copy of your information to use in case your device is ever replaced, lost, or damaged. So again, 2 reasons why you want to do a backup. 1, so that way, in case the update goes wrong, 99.9% of the time it doesn't, but you always want to have a backup plan for anything in life, right? 2, like I said, if it needs to be replaced, if you lose your device and you want a new one, you will not have to start from scratch. You'll be able to have your backup there and ready for you to put on your new device, so that way you start from something rather than nothing, and that's the most important part. What does an iCloud backup include? These backups include nearly all data and settings stored on your device. iCloud backups include data that's already stored in iCloud, like contacts, calendars, notes, iCloud photos, iMessages, voice memos, texts, and multimedia messages, and health data. It also has data stored in other services like Gmail, Exchange Mail, Apple Mail data, Apple Pay information and settings, or Face ID or Touch ID settings. So as you can see, that encompasses most, if not all, of the data that's on your device. So that way, again, if you need to restore your device or get a new device and log in, you'll be able to have that data available rather than starting from nothing. Again, why back up your device? With all the possibilities of what could go wrong, creating a backup should be the first thing on your to-do list when planning to upgrade your operating software. Backing up your data is very simple. So I'm going to show the steps and also do a tutorial on these steps as well. So in order to back up your iPad, you first go to settings. and then you tap on iCloud on the right-hand side. So again, we're gonna go to settings, which is again the gray icon that's on your home screen. And then you tap on your name, which appears on the top left of settings. This is where you access all of your Apple ID information and iCloud information. Here, again, you tap on iCloud on the right-hand side to access all of your iCloud things, like apps that are using iCloud and your backups. So once you hit iCloud, on the right-hand side, you tap on iCloud Backup. So again, very, very simple. Just go through the menu and find iCloud Backup. And once you do that, you select Backup Now to physically or manually back up your iPad. So again, once you hit iCloud in your Apple ID settings list, you find iCloud Backup.
Ooh.
And then you hit Backup Now in order to back up your device.
Excuse me, Alex.
Okay, just follow the screen, and you're able to follow the prompts on the screen, and you'll be able to back up your device. So as you can see, it says backing up, estimating time remaining. And this process normally takes around 1 to 3 minutes. It's very quick and relative to the update. So it's important that you do a backup at least.
This is ridiculous.
Because it will tell you how backup. Miss Cynthia, did you have a question?
Yes, my setting screen is right behind your view on my tablet, and I can't scroll it and punch it at the same time, the settings.
Miss Cynthia, you just, if you still see the screen, which you should because you're on Zoom, you can be on Zoom and do other things at the same time. You can just move the box either to the side or down, so that way you can scroll if you need to, if the box is blocking something. So just move your screen around and it'll work out, okay?
Okay,
so
we'll
just try
see.
again for me. Okay. Again, sometimes it takes a little slower, a little faster, depending on your connection, but it is backing up. So
yes,
while
it
it's doing, while it's doing, while it's doing.
The young lady that, I don't know if she got what you just said about just moving the little square, the box, because that's all you have to do is just take your finger and just slide the box up, and then she can get to what she wants to, because it's the same thing for me. So you just move that box up, but like you said.
I think she need to go to her home screen. So that
Yes, thank you, Jackie, and for that. So I just want to make sure that we get through all the instruction, but thank you so much for that, Jackie. So again, while it's backing up, I'm going to show you guys how to do a software update. As we just saw for the backup, you should see the bar that tells you your estimating time remaining, and then it'll back up. Okay. Again, a backup allows you to copy and save the information from your Apple device. If you replace your device, transfer your information to a new device. So as you can see, if you get that new device, this is what will appear when you first start up your device. You can you hit restore from iCloud backup, and then once you do that, you're able to sign in using your Apple ID information and get that data straight onto your new device.
Okay.
Again, next up, we're going to showcase how to install iPad OS, the software update. So again, make sure your device is plugged in and connected to the internet with either Wi-Fi or the cellular data. First, you go to settings. And then when you're in settings, you tap on general on the left-hand side, and you're able to access the general menu.
Oh.
So again, we're going to settings, and then we hit general on the left-hand side. So you just scroll on the left-hand side until you find general. It should be general is the menu that automatically pops up if you haven't been in settings for a while. So you may see this screen when you open up on your iPad. On this screen, you're gonna tap software update. So again, very simple. On the right-hand side, the second option says software update. And when you tap on that, you will get to a screen that kind of looks like this. It depends on the last time that you did your update. When the time that this screenshot was taken, this is when 16 just came out. So it will say different things depending on what version you may have. Most of the time, it will either say download and install that new update, or it will say your version is already up to date. So again, it depends on when you did the last backup. So when I hit software update, there you go. Mine's it updated already. So it says iPad OS 16.4.1a, iPad OS is up to date. But if it said download install, that means you have to download and install that new update, and you should do that ASAP. Once you hit download and install, there might be a prompt or two that pops up. So you may need to allow the cellular data to be used to do it, which I recommend that you do. And then, and then just, again, make sure you follow the prompts on the screen, and you'll be able to download and install the update. So let's go back to settings and see if the backup is all set up. Yes, Carolyn, give me 1 second.
Okay.
When you hit iCloud, again, iCloud, you hit iCloud backup. And look, it tells you when you did your last successful backup. That was at 10:57 a.m. So again, for the backup and the update, make sure you check that at least once a month. So I have a couple of videos, again, just basically going over what I went over today. But Carolyn, what's your question?
Oh, mine is already updated.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great. It's as long as it is, then just think of any other questions you may have in settings for me, and I'll be more than happy to answer them. So, but thanks for letting me know. It's really important that you do your updates, y'all. So first, we're gonna again go over how to back up your device.
Backing up your iPhone to iCloud is a smart thing to do. And better yet, it's easy. First, open Settings and tap your name. Tap iCloud. Then tap iCloud Backup. Turn on Backup this iPhone if it isn't on already. And then just tap Backup Now. Backup the easy way.
Very simple. Next up, we're going to go over how to upgrade or update your iPad.
Okay.
By keeping your iPad up to date, you can get the most out of your device with the latest features and security enhancements. We'll show you how to update your iPad wirelessly and how to update it using a computer.
We're going to be focusing on the wireless
Before you
part.
start, you should back up your device. If you're updating wirelessly, you'll need to plug your iPad into power and connect to Wi-Fi. If you're using a Mac or a Windows computer to update, you'll need a compatible cable. Let's start by showing you how to update your iPad wirelessly. When there's an update available, you might get an alert, which you can tap to start the update process. Or a badge might appear on the Settings app icon on your home screen. To check for an update, open Settings, tap General, and then tap Software Update. You might have the option to choose between 2 available updates. If you'd like to continue using your current version of iPad OS, there might be important security updates you can install for a period of time. Or you can upgrade to the latest version. Now, tap Download and Install. This button might say Install or Install Now if your device has already downloaded the update. Then, enter your passcode. Follow any other prompts which might include reviewing and accepting terms and conditions to continue. Your iPad will begin the update process, and when it's finished, your iPad will restart.
Okay, so that is how you, again, back up your iPad and how you also update or upgrade your iPad. Really quick, I just want to go over again what the numbers mean in this when you do an update. So again, it says iPad OS 16.4.1a. So the 16 part is the upgrade. Okay, that comes out once a year. This iPad OS 16 came out last November. This coming October and November, iPad OS 17 will come out. The year after, 18, etc. The 0.4 or beforehand, we saw 16.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Those are the updates. Those updates come out around once a month, maybe once every 2 months or so. Again, they occur monthly for new apps or customizations. It's not a big upgrade, but it's still a significant update. The 0.1 afterwards, that usually means there was a bug or some malfunction of an app or a part of a system, and those are mini updates that come out. So 16 is the upgrade, 0.4 is the update, and 0.1 is the mini update. The A in parentheses, those are the new rapid security responses that are coming out. So the first one was, of course, A. So it might happen again with B, C, etc. So again, the latest version of the iPad software is iPad OS 16.4.1a. So it's really important that you guys update and keep your device as recent and as new as possible. Okay, so I'll be going over the hands to answer any questions, and then I can assist any of those that have not done their update yet for the rest of today's lesson. And then if you have any other minor questions and settings, I'm also willing to answer those as well. So first up, Jackie, do you have a question for me? How are you? Go ahead and unmute. I can't hear you, Jackie. Again, you gotta hit unmute, Jackie. So just hit unmute in the middle. Okay.
Okay, it did it.
As
What I was trying to say is, it's so far back, Alice. I won't waste your time with it. It was something a question I had. But go ahead, just move along, and I'll just catch on what I can.
Okay. Well, just feel free to raise your hand again. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Next up is Anne. Hi, Anne. How are you?
Good morning, Alex. I sent you a message. I hope you got it.
I did. I really appreciate that.
Okay, just wanted to let you know.
Oh, yes.
Mine is already upgraded, but I'm not sure. Wait a minute. And why is my thing saying my data is low? And
Okay,
I also
what type of data?
I don't know what it says. It just says data low, and then I have apps that we put on that are set that now are saying waiting. So do they need to be upgraded or what?
So if an
I know I asked
icon,
a lot of questions in one voice. Okay.
it's okay. It's okay. So for the the data portion, they're probably talking about the iCloud data because everyone gets 5 gigabytes free. So when you hit your name and settings on the right-hand side, you look at iCloud, it will tell you how many gigs of storage that you have on your device. So if you are reaching that 5 gig limit, then you can, if you would like to, if you have more than that in iCloud, it won't be able to back up fully. So it's important that if you would want to keep making sure all of your data is backed up on iCloud, is you upgrade your iCloud storage. So I actually have this video right here that shows you how to do it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this video.
If your iCloud storage is running low, there are a few things you can do to make room. We'll show you how to upgrade to iCloud Plus and share some tips on how to manage your storage. Let's see how to get more storage with iCloud Plus. In Settings, tap your name, and then tap
Yes, really
iCloud.
quick, and you do the same thing.
Here.
It'll tell you it'll tell you if it's running low, like it'll give you a recommendation. So just make sure you look at that when you get a chance.
You can see how much space you're using. If you want to subscribe to iCloud Plus, tap Manage Storage. Then tap Upgrade or Change Storage Plan, depending on your current iCloud usage.
Yes,
You
there are
can
different
select the plan that's
options.
right for
Let me
you.
see if I can, well, I can zoom in. Let me go back. So basically, I would start off with the 50 gigs that I know it took me a while to even use up to 50 gigs of data. So I would start off with that. It's just $1 a month, $1.29 with tax. And then for myself, I've had my, I've had an iPhone since I was 16. So I have way more than 50 gigs of stuff, which wouldn't normally be the case for a lot of folks. That's when I would do the $2.99 or the 200 gigs of storage. So that's about $3.29 a month. But I would start off with that $1 a month if you want, and it's it's $1.29 a month, and it just makes it really easy to keep all of your data in one place. So I would look at those options. Okay, Ann?
Okay. And do they send you a bill for that, or how do they do
Yes,
it?
it's sent to your once if you hit subscribe, you'll go through the process, and it'll send you an email whenever it comes out. So for me, every month I get the email saying, hey, it's a receipt. So you get a receipt to your email each time it happens.
Okay, so you put your information where you want it to come out of, what you want it to come out of.
Yeah. That's if you want to like download the app on the App Store that's not free, like if you have to pay for it, same idea. So if you have your card information on there, you'll just it'll take it from there. So
Okay. Now, when I went to that 16.4, it says it says that it's upgraded, but it's still telling me what came up, what is upgrading about more new icons and safety and all that. Am I supposed to see that if I'm upgraded or not?
if you're in the software update section, again, it'll either say two things. It will say that the whatever is up to date, or it will give you the option to either download and install the update, or it might say install now if it already downloaded.
Okay, because that's my brain seemed to be on stupid this morning, so I'm just trying.
Don't say that, Ann. You're good. So I know the language can be very very minute differences. So it's I understand, but as long as you see those two options, just you'll be able to either hit the button or you'll be good because it says your stuff is up to date.
Okay.
So try that, and
you are very helpful, and so is the hotline. So I'm gonna get off because I know people think I'm talking too much. So
oh no, it's again, other people hear the questions too, and they may learn something new from that. So we appreciate your questions. Just really quick, you asked about the apps that are waiting. That's because those apps and the specific apps need apps need updates too. So if it ever says waiting, just tap on that icon and it'll tell you what to do. So probably not during the Zoom, but once you get off Zoom, just try tapping on those icons and see what happens. You can also, if that doesn't work, you can go into the app store and directly type in the name of that app and see what's going on from there too. So I would try that, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate it.
No problem, Ann. Good questions.
Okay.
You have a great day.
You too.
Mhm.
Oh, God bless you.
And next up is Tanya. Hi, Tanya. I got your message.
Yes. Hi, good morning, Alex. My question is, I know Apple don't support Google.
Yes,
right?
so
So if I wanted to look up something on Google,
You
I
just
think
go.
I was trying and it said I would have to download Google.
Google.
Yes.
Tanya, if you want to search something, you can just use the browser that's already on your iPad. So you can go into Safari and you can either go to google.com or you can just search using the search bar at the top. So just like how we search for virtual backgrounds on Fridays, that's the same way. You can search for anything and it will automatically do a Google search for you, okay?
Okay, that's what I couldn't remember. Okay, so go in Safari. Okay.
Yes, that's the browser. That's how you look up information. So you can use that to search pretty much anything.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
No problem, Ty. Nice to see you, and you have a great day.
You too.
Okay. Again, thank you for lowering your hand. I appreciate that. Next up is Miss Grace. Hi, Miss Grace. How are you?
Hi, Alex.
Miss Conti, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Miss Grace. How are you?
Fine, and you? I thought you were just talking to another young lady named Grace.
Oh no. I'm talking to you, ma'am. How's it going?
I'm doing fine. This is what I wanted to ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
On my iPad, where it says the settings, where I go into my settings.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Alex, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Where I go, okay, I heard another voice. Okay, where I go into my settings, it say my Wi-Fi is not connected. What do that mean?
Okay, that just means you're not connected to your Wi-Fi. So if you have Wi-Fi in your home, you just select that option and you find the name of your router and you type in your Wi-Fi password. When you had it set up, you had a password either on your router box or the person who installed your Wi-Fi either gave it to you or another circumstance. So if it says not connected, if you have Wi-Fi, try to connect to your Wi-Fi and see what goes on from there, okay?
Okay, now this the thing. I don't even know if I have Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah, well, I would ask your, it depends on if you're in an apartment, if you're in a house, if you're in a house, it depends on your situation.
Okay, I'm in a house. I got RCN, and it said something about a Wi-Fi hotspot. I'm not with.
Okay, so if you have RCN, they do TV. They also do internet. So I would call RCN and see those details so they can clarify some things for you. Okay.
Okay.
They can also help you connect. They can also help you connect too. So if you say you have an iPad and you want to connect to the internet, they'll probably be able to assist you with that. Okay.
Okay, and that Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot. What do you know how that?
So
Hello?
Sorry, Miss Grace, you're going in and out.
Oh, okay.
See, I see it's two voices. I'm hearing your voice and another voice. Okay. All right, Alex. I'll do what you recommend.
16 point.
Hello, Alex.
Hello.
Alex. Oh Lord. All right, darling. Thank you. This thing is killing me. This thing be killing me. Boy.
We can still hear you, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Where's Alex at?
I don't know.
Might have a bad connection.
Yeah, we
I
might
don't know.
have.
I'm looking.
We lost Alex. It's saying recording.
Yeah, it says recording, but
Yeah, he'll be back on. He probably just lost his
That's
connection.
pretty. That's a pretty background
His
there.
net connection.
Okay.
Hello, Alex.
Hi, Louise. Sorry, I think
Hi.
Hey, Alex.
it was the Zoom on my iPad. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great, great, great. Hi, Louise. What's your question?
I had when Ann was talking about getting the additional storage, and you were saying you pay every month, or I guess you can pay once a year. But when you don't use all the storage that is available to you, do you keep paying, or do you stop until that's full? How does that work?
That's a good question, Louise. So, yeah, so even if you don't use, let's say you get the 50 gigabytes of storage, if you, let's say, use just 25, you're still paying that flat amount each month. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's, again, that's why I would start off small. So the smallest one, 50 gigs, and that's a ton of videos, ton of pictures, ton of app data. It's a lot of data for,
Yeah.
you know, especially if if you guys just got your iPads, in the past few years, then usually
Yes.
when, unless you really took lots of videos and had a ton of apps and lots of data and such,
Yeah.
you will, it'll be a while until you reach that amount. But I would start off with that if your device is saying your iCloud storage is low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the question is, another question when even though you haven't used all that data, you still pay regardless.
Yes.
Like say, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's a flat fee. So once you, pick the first option that, again, that 50 gigs for 99 cents a month, no matter if
Mhm.
10, if he's 20, 30, 40, or all 50, it's
So-
still $1 a month.
So you just keep paying that every
Keep paying
month
that.
of every year.
Every month.
Okay. Okay.
It's
Every
once a
month of
month.
every year. Yeah. Keep going. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Good question, Louise. Thanks so much. And
You're
thanks for
welcome.
being on. Okay. Next up is Mr. Tom Gregory. Hi, Mr. Tom. How are you? Go ahead and hit unmute, Tom.
Hi there. Earlier in your presentation, it was mention of not only the iPad update to 16, but also iCloud or Apple operating system. There were several different, if I remember. I'm guessing that the iPads we have are only capable of the iPad operating system. I'd like for you to confirm that, and if our iPads will cope or entertain or use the other operating systems, are they more complex? Do they do more? I wonder if you'd clarify that.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Tom. So iPad, it only runs on iPad OS. The other operating systems are for other devices. So for iPhones, that's iOS. For Mac laptops, those are Mac OS. So iPad only are run on iPad OS. What I was talking about earlier, there are two main things that we discussed today is backups. So those are iCloud backups, basically backing up your data. So that way, if you lose your device or need to replace your device, and it's again, always good to have a backup plan for anything in life, you can retrieve that data if you on that new device, you get that new device or something goes wrong with the update for whatever reason, you'll have that backup available to.
Okay, thank you.
No problem,
Hello.
Mr. Tom. Great question. Thanks so much. You have a great day.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Cynthia. There's a person in front of you. I'm gonna get to them first, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate your patience. Hi, Yvonne. How are you? Go ahead and unmute.
Yes, thank you, Alex.
Is it the
I
question?
had,
Raise my hand also.
Through the chat? Is it that question? Is that what you want
yes,
to ask
that's
me?
my question.
Okay.
Yes.
I am not 100% sure because with your profile picture in Zoom, there's a certain method where you can put it on. So I know you have access to a laptop and an iPad, but on your iPad, if you're logged into your Zoom account on your iPad, you simply hit the more button, the navigation button, not in the Zoom call, but in the account section where you first start up Zoom. You hit more and then you tap on your email. Once you tap on your email, you can look at different settings like your display name, your regular name, your profile picture, and if you want to change your password. So for that profile picture section, you tap on that section and it will tell you if you want to either take a picture or upload a picture from your photos. So I'm not 100% sure of how that happened, but try that and see if you can get that profile picture back.
Yes,
Okay?
it just disappeared so suddenly. I couldn't understand why. And yes, and someone was asking about the Wi-Fi router. Is that on? Because where do you find that on the router?
When I said that, Yvonne, that's for the Wi-Fi password. Some internet providers, they provide you with the password when they first install it. Sometimes it's on the it's a label on the your router device. How you're able to get internet. So sometimes it's there, but that's why I recommended them to just call their providers so that way they can get those details explained.
Yeah, I'll call Comcast. That's my provider.
Yeah, same advice. So so go ahead and call them and they can confirm different things.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Alex. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Miss Nyler. Hi, Miss Cynthia. How are you?
I just got to the point where the iCloud, the backup part is, and my device said it's been backed up, and it says 125 point MB. So that is it said it's done, right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please?
It says for the iCloud thing, what I did that and it backed up. Okay, it says 125.1, I think, MB.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure. It shouldn't say that. It should just say when your last successful backup was. So did you tap on your name and then did you tap on iCloud?
Yes.
And then did you tap on iCloud backup?
Yes, and then it said it's backed
So
up.
it should say iCloud backup. It should have some text, and then it should say backup now. And below that, it should say last successful backup. Correct?
Oh, okay. I gotta look and see if I see that.
Okay, so that's what it should say when you're doing the backup.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Let me know if you have any other
I
questions.
gotta go back. So I go back to.
Yes, give me 1 second, guys. Again, thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay. Let me know if you have another question, Miss Cynthia. Miss Pritchard, hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hello, how can I help?
Okay. I did the backup and it said the last successful backup was January the 12th, 23.
Okay, so it's important that you at least do it once a month. So that means the last backup you did was about 6 months ago. So make sure you hit backup now. And you may not be able to do it when you're on Zoom, but just try it and see if you're able to back up your data while you're on Zoom. So hit backup now.
Okay.
And then
It's doing the on Zoom while I'm on Zoom.
Yes, just try and see if it works. And then once you do that, just make sure that your software is updated all the way. So again, you hit general and then you hit software update and you can check that information as well, okay? Can you hear me, Miss Cynthia?
Yeah, it's done. It was done at 10:50. Okay.
Okay,
I was
good.
looking,
Thank
I
you.
was looking at the wrong thing.
Yes, it's okay, ma'am. You got it. So yes, I know that's right. Miss Pritchard, were you able to start your backup on your device? Okay. Just let me know if you need anything else. You too as well, Miss Nyler, okay? All right, it's Miss Lilybell. Hi, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How's everyone? I had a question regarding the data connection. I was out of state, and I took my iPad and I was able to do my classes, but leaving the state, it had data disconnected, and I couldn't get into anything, not the library. I mean, just nothing. So does that mean that I was in a dead spot when it said data disconnected? Because it took about a day before I could get back into my iPad.
Probably, I mean, all networks have dead spots where they don't have service available. Again, it just depends on several different factors. I mean, if it's back on, then I mean, you're good to go. But yes, there are some areas where the connection is weaker. Sometimes it's stronger, and sometimes there is no connection at all. So I haven't been out of state with my iPad yet, but so I'm not sure of those because but yeah, as long as it's back on and it's working, then I wouldn't, I don't see any issues with it. But yeah, some are stronger and some are weaker. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Thanks so much. Let's see. Next up is Greer. Hi, Greer. How are you?
Oh my gosh.
Alex, good morning. How are you?
Good, good. How's it going, Greer?
Good, and good morning to everyone.
Good
I just
morning.
wanted to share that I use the extra 50 gigabytes, and I pay 99 cents plus taxes, $1.05. Then it comes out of my account each month. But I think it's worth it because I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So I like to record and do a lot of and take pictures and what have you. So I would rather have that. So I just wanted to share that. And then Miss Grace, she had a concern about her data. And if she was concerned about the Wi-Fi. But if she has cellular, then it doesn't make it, she doesn't have to concern herself, does she? If she has cellular?
Yes, it just depends on where she's at. Sometimes, I mean, if you have Wi-Fi, then why not use it, right? Especially if you're paying for it. So
right.
Most of the time, it just again depends on where you are. Sometimes the Wi-Fi is stronger, sometimes the data is stronger. So it just depends on where you're at and what you're doing, because some applications may need more data where that Wi-Fi may be necessary. But if you're like just playing a game or doing something minor, then the regular data is sufficient to do that. So it depends on your situation, but if you have it, why not use it, right?
Absolutely. Okay, that's all I had to say, but everything is great, and your presentation is wonderful and very informative as always, Alex. Thank you.
Oh no, thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate that, and yeah, just more information is better, and I'm learning along with you guys as well.
Right.
Maybe on little things, and it just makes that experience much better. So
okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Next up is Mr. George. Hi, George. How are you?
When is he gonna get it for me?
Now mine is saying 16.31.
Okay.
When I push back up, nothing happens.
Okay, so the 16.3, that's the software update. If you're in the section where you're doing a backup, that is the iCloud backup. So if you're on the backup stage, you just hit backup now. If you want to do the update, and you have to hit general and then tap on software updates, and then it will tell you the information, either your
information is up to date, or it will say download, install, or install now. So again, if you see backup now on your screen, that's an iCloud backup. If you see iPad OS on your screen, then that's the software update section, okay?
Okay, so hit general.
Yes.
General,
tap on
where's
general.
general?
So
Okay.
it's all in settings, you tap on general, and then you tap on software update.
Okay.
General.
Thank you.
When you tap on software update, again, it either should say up to date, or it'll give you an option to either install or download, install the update. So what does it say on your screen?
Okay, I haven't done it yet, but I'm getting ready to.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. I'm glad we got that straightened out. Just let us know how it went, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. George. Again, I'm going based on the order of raised hands, you guys. So just make sure if you do have a question during the lesson that you raise your hand when
I raised my hand.
in order to do it. So thank you so much. Next up is Miss Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hi,
raised
Alex.
my hand.
Got my hand on it this time, so I wouldn't forget. Okay, I think
I've done
mine. Okay, the backup has completed, and now I was wondering if the process that we were trying to update the computer, but before we, I mean the iPad, but before we did that, we wanted to make sure it was backed up. So now that it's backed up, what I see something here, it says it's a number 16 in a little box, and beside that it said iPad OS 16.4.1. So am I updated? Did I download the upgrade that we were trying to,
Yes,
that
does it say up to date, or does it say somewhere download and install?
it
Or
says,
What did you on?
this update introduces 21 new and blah, 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 and the bug fixes and the security updates for the iPad. Some features may not be available and blah, blah, blah. But I don't see the actual word saying mine is on automatic updates.
Yes, it should say somewhere download and install, or install now.
Yeah, I see the
Yeah.
download and install.
Yeah,
so
so you have to tap on that in order to download and install the update.
Okay, so
okay.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so once I did that, you answered another two of my questions by just listening to other people answer questions. So you took care of those two. So this was the last thing. So I just wasn't sure. So now, yeah, it's downloading this 16, these that what I just worded, the iPad OS. Okay, so that's what I needed to push is that. So now when that completes, then I'll be downloaded and up to date.
Yeah.
As long as it says up to date, because again, your iPad's going to restart, and you'll be able to see the update on that.
Removed from iPad.
Okay, so it'll restart. So that means
Mine
that I'll
said
get
all.
booted out of the meeting and I'll just come back in, but it'll.
Yeah, it
So-
depends on how long it will down, because it depends on how long you've since done an update. So it may take about 10 or 15 or so minutes. So
Right,
just,
like the other part did. Okay, very good then. I'm good. Thank you kindly.
no
Appreciate
problem.
that. The whole program has been informative. Thank you so much.
Oh, I appreciate that, Ms. Jackie. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Again, just make sure you raise your hand if you have a question. Again, I go based on the order of hands raised. So next up is Miss Eula Alexander.
Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm good. How's it going, Miss Eula?
Okay. My problem was that everything was downloaded, but it said it wouldn't be installed right now because I'm on the cellular.
Yes, ma'am. So because you're on Zoom, sometimes if you're just on the data, the system can't handle the Zoom and the downloading process because of how the data works. So I would try as soon as you get off Zoom today. Of course, we have our other sessions, but when you get off Zoom, try doing the process and it will go through. So again, you for the backup, you tap on your name, you hit iCloud, you hit iCloud backup, and then do the backup. And then for the update, you tap on general on the left-hand side, you hit software update, and then it will tell you whether your system is up to date or if it needs to download and install.
Okay.
Excuse me, Alex, can I add this in very quickly? I had something like that to happen when we first started. And then I plugged I plugged the cord in, and then now everything seems to be going along okay. So I just wanted to share that with her and you just now, because maybe it'll happen for you, because I
Okay.
couldn't go through either. But then I plugged it in, and now everything is going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for that. Next time I do this, I mention it. Yes, again, it's important that your device is plugged in, because if you're at a certain percentage, like if you're below 50% battery, then it will not do the update for you automatically. So it's important that you guys have your iPads charged when you're doing these processes.
Oh, it was gone overnight.
If it's not, yeah, usually it's done automatically overnight. Again, if you plugged in and you're connected to the internet, it should do it automatically, but sometimes it's very easy to do a manual, either backup or update. So again, thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Jackie, for that. I appreciate
You're welcome. No problem.
that. Next up is Anne. Hi, Anne. Do you have another question? Ms. Dennis, you have a question for me?
Yeah, I'm trying to get, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My thing wasn't, the line was still in the mute, so I thought I was muted. You answered part of what I wanted to ask was when you are already on automatic, it will always automatically upgrade, right?
Yes, it should. There are different factors like your connection, again, the type of updates, things of that nature. So it all depends on those factors, but normally and usually your device will do it automatically overnight. Again, if you're plugged in, you're connected to Wi-Fi, and that connection stays stays stable throughout the night. So it all depends, but it's again very easy to check if you need to do an update or a backup. Okay.
And the lady that had her, that was mumbling about not being answered, but she had her hand raised. I was wondering if she was raising her hand this way or if she was doing it on the more button. So maybe she did not understand that she was supposed to raise her hand on the more button.
Yes, I go based on the hands first. Of course,
Okay.
I will ask if anyone else has a question, but I won't, that's again, just to keep everything organized and, the order fair, you guys need to be able to raise your hand virtually. Tap more, you tap raise hand, very simple. So thank you so much, Anne. Next up is Brenda. Hi, Brenda, how are you?
Hey, Alex, how are you? Good morning.
Good, I like the background.
I'm good, thank you. You know what it's from.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it's from, Alex. But I just wanted to make sure that I believe it's true that we should do the iCloud backup first and then do the software backup. Is that correct?
Yeah, software update, yes, because you want to have the backup plan before you do the main thing. If you do the main thing and then do the backup, you might as well have not done the backup in the first place. Right?
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. So it's always backup first because the backup contains that update. So if you went from point 3 to point 4 and something went wrong with point 4, you can just use the backup to go back to point 3 until Apple fixes that issue.
Great. Got it. Thank you so much, Alex.
No problem, Brenda. Good question. Thank you. Next up is Dolores Williams. Hi, Dolores. Go ahead and
yes. Good morning. How are you and the rest?
Good. Good.
I have a question to ask. Is it good to keep your iPad plugged in overnight?
So what I suggest is that yes, depends on how much you use it. If your iPad's at 100%, then I would not charge it because it damages the battery life. And I'm not 100% sure. I know there are some devices where that doesn't matter if it's plugged in or not, but why use the electricity if you don't have to, right?
Right.
But what I do is I charge my iPad overnight, and then I use I use the device throughout the day. When I use it throughout the day, if I'm at like 60% or something, I'm like, cool, I don't need, plug in my thing. But if I'm at like 20 or 30, then I will definitely plug it in overnight. And then by the time I wake up, it's at 100, I unplug it. And then I use it throughout the day and I just repeat that. So,
but I noticed,
excuse
me, I noticed that my plug in the wall, it gets hot.
What? It gets hot?
The plug in the wall, it gets hot.
Yes, it does depend on how long you've had it in there. I would it also depends on the type of charger you have with the box. I mean, if it gets hot, I mean that's normal. That's what I'm trying to say, because mine gets hot too as well.
Yeah.
That's why if you have a surge protector, I would make sure that's on. Things like that. I have a plug-in where I plug one plug into the wall, but it's like multiple plugs in one. So either way, that's fine. That just means it's working pretty much.
I just only have it plugged into one socket, but when it gets hot, I just unplug it because I don't I may start a fire or something.
Yeah, so if it does do that, then it doesn't hurt to unplug it. So
that's right. Okay, thank you so much.
No problem, Dolores. Good question. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Oh yes, thank you for lowering your hand. I appreciate that. Next up is I'm gonna get to these 3 hands, and then I know we have the lunch club today at 12, so I want to make sure that I give you guys a break. So I'll answer these questions. If you, I'll answer Ms. Janice, Mr. Alfonso, and Ms. Catherine. I'll answer those questions, and then if anyone else has a question for me, please email me at my email. I know I got like 1 or 2 over the weekend, and I'll get back to it, but I'll do my best to do that today. So yes, next up, hi Janice, how are you?
Hi, good morning. How are you? Hello, everyone.
I love your glasses. Really cool.
Thank you. I'm wanting to find out exactly how to get the background. Are you doing that on Friday?
Yes, Ms. Janice, we do it every other Friday. So not this Friday because we have the AT&T training, but in 2 weeks from this coming Friday.
So it'll be Friday after next.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes. But if you want one sooner, try to book a library appointment. If you're able to go to a library, that's one of the things that we help out with over there.
I think I know how to do it, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I can wait to next week, which is to be the 29th.
Yeah, so the 19th, and then it'll be June 2nd. I'm pretty
June
sure.
2nd, okay.
Yes, because next Friday it's module 3, and then the Friday after it's module 6. But just check the daily email in case there are any changes. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
No problem, Ms. Janice. Nice to see you on. Have a great day.
Thank you. I've been.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and unmute. So,
I was on before, so this is I was in the beginners class last year, so I just came back on because this is more advanced, even though I know the system, but I just wanted to come on and just to redo it again. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, since last October when I first started working in the training department, we only had 5 classes a week at 1 o'clock. Now we have over 12. So I would really take advantage of everything that we offer. It's free. We have great resources, great full new updated information. So half the modules have been updated and they will be updated. And we do more of these advanced trainings where, yes, we go into more specific apps or a more advanced topic in technology. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10:30, it's when a lot of magic happens. So
yep. All right. Thank you.
No problem, Ms. Dan. It's nice to see you. Have a great day. Next up is Mr. Crawford. Go ahead and unmute. Mr. Crawford, you have a question for me? Go ahead and unmute, please.
On my iPad update, I have 16.4.18.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it already updated? But then
if it says up to date, if it literally says up to date in that section.
No, it said it was downloaded. So what I think I got to do, I look further down and said, what I got to do, I got to go to Wi-Fi in order for it to be.
No, not necessarily, Mr. Crawford. If it says install now, again, I would hit, because if it's installing, it'll have to restart. So once you get off the Zoom, just try to
Okay.
install the update and see what what's going on with that.
Okay, all right.
Mhm. Thank you so much, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, we have someone who has a Zoom ID as their name. Please rename yourself for us in case you have a question. So I sent that person a direct message. Next up is, or last up is Miss Catherine. Hi, Catherine, how are you?
I'm great, Alex. How are you?
Good, good.
My iPad, it says to update needs to be plugged up and then update overnight. But I don't like leaving it plugged up because it seems like my battery is running out quicker if I leave it plugged up too much. So is there nothing I can update it without it being plugged up?
Yeah, so what battery percentage is your iPad right now?
79.
Okay, so you should be able to, if you're doing the update, you should just be able to manually do the update, like we've been going over. So when you hit general and then you hit software update, what does it say on your end?
It says
does it say update up to date, or does it say download and install or install now? What does it say?
It says I am up to date.
Okay, so if you're up to date, then bam, you're good to go. Just every month, just make sure you check to see if your backup was done, or if your or if an update needs to be done. So just check that at least once a month, and you'll be good to go. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem, Catherine. Nice to see you on, and you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. So I hope everyone enjoyed today's class. Just make sure you guys get your stuff updated, so that way you can get the latest apps, latest customizations, new releases, all of that good stuff. So it's really important that you keep your iPad updated and backed up, just like you would take care of yourself,
Yeah.
But again, we have the lunch club in a couple minutes, so I'm gonna let you guys have a break, go grab something to eat, something to drink. As you can see, I have my coffee right here. So if you need a cup of coffee, go ahead and grab one. And we'll be back on in about 10 or so minutes. So everyone have a great day. I really appreciate you guys being on. And again, next week will be a brand new presentation for my advanced trainings on Wednesday mornings. So I look forward to presenting that for you guys.
Thank you, Alex.
Alex, thank you.
See you, Alex.
Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Thank you. You too.
And we have the lunch club in about 10 minutes. So if you guys want to stay on and just wait for the lunch club to start, that would be great.
All right, Brenda.
Hey, Carol.
Hey. Oh, man.
Beautiful flowers back there.
Thank you. I like your background. See, you got a new background.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I have to go move my car. There's on
It's
Wednesday.
lovely. I like those backgrounds that Brenda's and Bridget's. I mean, they are so beautiful.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, I love that.
Thank
And
you, Jackie. I was trying to tell you it's a throwback from the 60s.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes when I speak into the mic, it just say what it want to say.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I got, yeah.
Yeah.
About that. Oh, I forgot about this thing. Check and see if it's still doing what it was supposed to do. Let me check that. Okay.
Brenda, I talk to you later. I go move my car. Wednesdays and Thursdays, they clean the street.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I see you about 1:15 because I'm going out to get me some lunch.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You going to the church. Get your lunch, girl.
Yeah, I am. So I see you about 1:20.
Okay. All right.
You might see
We'll
me early.
be here.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
Be safe out there. I hate driving anymore. All this carjacking nonsense going on. It's crazy. Man.
That's not the scariest part for me. It's the people driving.
Yeah, that too.
They
That
can't
just
drive. I
adds.
don't know where they getting their license.
Well, the thing is, I think their common sense is blocked. Whatever they're putting inside
They
their
don't have
bodies,
any.
that's what I'm saying. It's blocked because whatever they're putting inside their bodies is blocking their common sense. And that's why they're all over the place and they'll look at you like you did something wrong.
Like you're the one wrong. Exactly.
And then they want to harass you and beep you off the road and do all this crazy looking like they're out. I mean, man, it's just frightening. I just
And
hope they
guess
say that.
when the light changes, you always have to look for a second more because they
Exactly.
run the lights.
They do. I hesitate before I go out there because I mean, not one, but two or three would be coming through there. And you see
Yep.
the lights flashing on them. You know they got tickets. But the thing is, you don't know whose car they're driving. If it's their car, you say, well, they won't have that very long. And then if it's God forbid, it's their parents' or grandmother's car, and for them to put that kind of burden on her, and you just wonder. I just said, oh my Jesus, I'd be
That's the
grateful
time to
to
Yeah,
see
but
one of those. Yeah, to see one of those accidents and see them smash into each other. I said, oh my Jesus, I hope I don't see them again. But over in the UK, when they had accidents, man, it would be no one or two cars. It would be nothing under six or eight cars.
Oh,
And they, yeah, it would be pileups like that. And you can, because the fog early in the day, early morning over in the UK, what we call across the pond. But anyway, over there, you have that fog in the early part of the day. You can have like three climates in one day. You have winter, spring, and fall. Say in one day, starting from morning.
That's like San Francisco. Same difference.
Yeah, it's crazy because you can't see the front of the hood of the car in that early morning drive. I said no way for that. I had no problem driving on the right side of the road. I mean, the left side of the road. No, the right side. No, the left side.
Left
well,
side.
the opposite side of this here. Yeah, whatever it was. But any case, I started riding the ferry. Waterways are all over. So I said, heck with that driving because the speed limit over there is much faster than here. And they just be flying. And I'm like, oh no, okay, it's got to be another way. And I thought I was gonna bicycle it, but I did get me a bike and then I thought, I said, wait a minute, I can catch the ferry. The ferry was very reasonable. And you just get to have that nice little ride down to Center City, yeah, so that was much better. But yeah, those pileups that they had over there, you didn't have no 1 and 2 accidents, 2 cars. It was no less than 6 or 8 cars, and sometimes as many as 15 cars, because once they start hitting each other,
yeah, they just keep backing.
Yep.
And
Bam, 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 hitting
yeah.
one after another. Oh man. And then,
I wouldn't want to ride a bike over there.
yeah, but it would be much safer than well, then the routes that I was taking, of course, having on the hood, and I had my pads. I had my pads for my rollerblades. I would rollerblade a lot of different places, and then I had my backpack on for to be able to change into my regular flats or shoes rather. Yeah. But just catching a ferry was a lot better because you had the English Canal going one way. You just had a lot of waterways over there. It's on an island anyway. It's just surrounded by water. The UK is, and so, but inside. It was just a lot of waterway. So that was my way of traveling. And then I get down Center City, and then I get on one of the double deckers. And as I would just be moving around, trying to spend my day before I started working and at different places. And it was quite an experience to get other experience from other countries. And then you realize, and you really, me personally, I realized that how blessed we are here in the States here, when you're out and travel into other cultures and seeing the lack of, man, you realize how blessed you are. But when we done got so spoiled, we're thinking, oh, we don't have this. But
Ride the tube, Jackie, when you were over there?
Say it again.
Did you ride the tube?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Theirs
Yeah.
is different from ours.
Yes.
Ours is much safer. They have a gap.
Yes, they do. And it's but everybody is used to it. Well, except me, but they were people that was right there to remind me and to assist me. And Mike, you would be careful, Mike. No, love. Don't want to lose you in that way, love.
Yeah, because what happens is when the doors open, the doors and the gates open, they start rushing forward. And if you're not ready to hop over, then your foot
you'll
might
be
get
in
caught, and
between.
they'll still be coming behind you.
Yeah, and they started coming. They just assume that but it was like angels. I'm so grateful the Father put those angels there. And they would come about and they grab me by the arm and say, "No, Mike, don't want to lose you in that way, Mike. Not a good day to go in between." Or
Yeah.
And I said, "Jolly good. Cheers,
Yes.
Mike."
Yeah, my experience, I dug my heels in and they still were pushing. I was like, holy crap. So eventually some guy behind me, he kind of like boosted me up by my elbows and put me on.
And
but I was scared to death the first time.
Me too. Not just the first time. It took me a while after that first time to want to do it again. But it was so convenient. But with that,
I learned the hop. It's called the tube hop.
Yeah. and the people over there, they're so quick to assist you. They would really, they're just so quick to assist you.
That's good. That was nice.
Yeah, but then you have to worry about what they call the little gypsies. They have these group of kids that they live when I followed those kids, and those kids live on buses, like school buses. You had the kids from about 4 years old up to about 7 years old, and then there was another group of them from 7 or 8 to up to about maybe in the early teens, and then another bus. Yeah, they were just separated in groups, and then the parents were all into their 3 or 4 buses. I couldn't believe that little area I stumbled across. So I didn't get out of my car that first day, but the second day I came back with all kinds of food, everything that you can just eat, stuff you can just pull over, Vienna sausage, or stuff that you can just pull over open the can, and that you didn't have to bother to cook. And man, and I had to slow them down. They were starting to snatch this and run. And I said, wait a minute. I said, now the next one that come up and snatch, you're going to be missing an arm. I don't know where that came from, but it just came out. I don't know why I said that, but it seemed to have worked.
Hello.
I guess I thought I had to speak their language.
12 o'clock. Sorry to interrupt. So we want to get started with today's.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I
Hi, Alex. Sorry, Alex.
Crystal,
yes.
For our lunch club today. So please let's welcome Crystal for the book edition of our lunch club this week.
Hi, Crystal.
And thank you for understanding. Sorry to cut you guys off. We want to.
No, you did the right thing, and I apologize. Yeah, welcome, Crystal.
Hi, everybody. How are you guys today?
Hi.
Hi, Crystal.
How's everybody's day going so far?
Pretty good.
So you're kind of, we can hear you, but it's kind of muffled a little bit.
It's muffled.
A little.
Sounds echoey.
Yeah, can you turn your mic up?
Good afternoon, everyone.
That's
Hi, Miss
much
Thelma.
better. Oh,
Amen.
was that the same girl?
Crystal, no, that was Thelma, but Crystal's gonna hop back on in a second, you guys. So
Oh,
thank you for your
okay.
patience.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, so much better.
Oh,
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, good. Okay, you guys. So, how's you guys' day going so far? I know
Pretty good.
everybody's doing good today.
Doing well, Crystal.
Yes,
How
yes,
are you
yes.
Okay, so I know last time we spoke, we were reading The Invisible Man, and we were also reading Dick Gregory. So
What was that? I'm sorry. Maybe it was just me. I just didn't
Yeah,
hear
that's
what
what we
you just said.
Yeah, the last time we spoke, we were reading the Dick Gregory book, Essentials book.
Yeah.
And we were
Yes.
also reading The Invisible Man. So I just wanted to know
Okay.
which book you guys wanted to start off with today.
Yeah.
Don't matter.
Okay.
Whatever. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the last, I know the last place we were with Dick Gregory, he was talking about his mom, his childhood and everything. So we can start off there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Somebody has got their TV on, and we cannot listen to that if you're gonna have your
Okay,
TV.
that's enough.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna mute everybody, okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
The address is.
All right, so I'll start from the top of the page, or do you guys still want me to recap? Or you know where we left off? The last time we left off, we were talking about Dick Gregory childhood, him growing up, going to school by the factory, him being in a special grade or special school because he was malnutritionist. So those are the last place we left off. So I'll just start here. I believe it was the end of the chapter. Okay, here we go. Poverty and being on relief. I was the most sensitive kid in class. I was the one with the most sense because I had enough to know there was something wrong with the world. I didn't know what was wrong with it, but I knew at the age of 7 years old, something had to happen. Somebody had to straighten it out. You know, Mom used to always tell us that we were not poor. I didn't understand what she meant till I came home one day and finally got enough nerve to tell her what the teacher had said. And Mom sat me down on her lap. She told me, son, you're not poor, you're just broke. To be poor is a mental condition. To be broke is a temporary situation. One you can grow out of, another you can never grow out of. She wanted to get off relief. I guess at certain times she was able to see the embarrassment I was going through being on relief. She decided she would sell lunches. She cooked the food at home and then put it in baskets and took it out to various hotels and places where there'd be people working that had a lunch break at a certain time. Construction work, factories, mainly she'd go to hotels, the maids, the porters, the bellhops. Many people would come out to the back where she would sell lunches and buy them. She tried this for a long period of time, and I think it would have worked, but she got too sick. She got to the point where she couldn't keep this up. I don't know why, but it was a very embarrassing thing when I had to take these baskets with her, get on the streetcar. You could smell this food, fish, chicken, and all of this. I was embarrassed when the streetcar conductor started buying his lunch from her. I mean, we had to get on the streetcar with these baskets of food, and she would stop right there and open it up, take a spoon, stick it in the spaghetti and the fish, and give it to the conductor. This embarrassed me to no end. I knew it was honest, I knew it was clean, I knew it was legit, but for some reason down the line, I just didn't want to see Mama with these baskets, because you want to see your mother, anything she does, doing it the most sophisticated way. And I figured if she had a restaurant, this would be the most sophisticated way. But when she had to put it in baskets and take it out,
I don't know. This just hurt me, and I resented it a whole lot. Mother's lessons. My mother was the proudest woman in St. Louis. All she did was bought us the best she could bring us. She used to always tell us, do what you want to do and you'll never get cheated. Work hard at what you believe in. You'll be admired by kings. I tried to scrub better steps than anybody, tried to sell more paper than anybody, tried to be more honest than anybody when I was making negotiations for sale, selling newspaper or shining shoes. Shoe shiner was an interesting thing in my life because I came in contact with people when they were happy in the taverns, sitting around talking, arguing. I never will forget, I was in a white tavern one time. Everybody was calling me Shine and Moonlight, called me Gorilla Monkey. I just kept shining. Every now and then a white man would rub my head and I kind of thought he liked me. It was like saying hi son until one day a white man rubbed my head and gave me a $20 bill. I walked home and asked my mother, Mama, white people been rubbing my head for years. A white man rubbed my head today and he gave me $20. Mama, why? She sat down and she explained, they rub a Negro's head because they think he's lucky. I burned up the $20 bill, bought myself an ice pick and I put it in my shoe shine stand. The next time I was on my knees shining a white man's shoes and he reached down to rub my head, I got my ice pick out when I saw his hand. I stabbed at it, not knowing his hand wasn't even on my head, and stabbed myself in the head. Matter of fact, I still carried a spot where the ice pick stuck me. Every time a white man would rub my head, I'd duck out from underneath him. I kept shining shoes. Never will forget, I was in the tavern one Saturday afternoon, and one of the women was wearing brown and white shoes. I was a little kid, maybe close to 9, but I looked like I was 7 because I was so small. I was shining this white woman's shoes and I didn't want to get the white polish on her stocking. So to steady yourself, you put your other hand behind the leg and they be sitting there drinking beer and calling me a bunch of dirty names. They asked this woman, is that your boyfriend? Laughing and playing. She made a couple dirty remarks and the white man sitting next to her that had never looked around the whole time turned around, kicked me in my mouth and said, get your hand off that white woman's leg. Broke my teeth out, busted my lip. I didn't even know he'd done all this because I looked around, the fight was on. They were fighting one another. The bartender jumped over the counter, beat up a couple of guys and grabbed me in my shoe shine box. On the way out, he said, I'm sorry, boy. He reached into his pocket and gave me $20. The only thing I could think of was, gee, if I can get kicked in my mouth 20 more times, I have a good day. That always bothered me. I sat there not doing anything wrong. A man kicked me in my mouth after everybody had been playing with me. These same people that had been laughing and joking with me and assaulting me, they jumped up and beat him up. The bartender walked me outside and said he was sorry, but told me to never come back in there. It took me almost 20 years to figure it out, but I never forgot it. These white folks were laughing and joking with a little nigger, but when this guy kicked me in my mouth, he kicked a kid. That's when I became a kid to these white men, and they jumped on him to beat him up. The bartender was in there trying to make him a living. He paid me the $20 for the man being wrong, but he couldn't afford to have his customers fighting over me in this tavern. I learned a hell of a lesson from that because it also played a very important part in my entertainment career. Faith and wisdom. I believed everything Mom told us. We had our moments, but you understood her goodness, understood her kindness. When she got on her knees to say a prayer, you felt like God was really in that room. I used to slip up to her sometimes and ask her to ask him for something for me. For some reason or another, I knew he heard her. I seen too many things Mom would ask for that the next week she'd get them. I've seen her fall on her knees and pray that the lights would be turned back on. Saw the man come by, turn the lights on. Seen her fall on her knees and pray for some coal because the kids were sick and needed heat in the house. The health inspector came and looked down in the basement, condemned the basement. It was so filthy down there. The pipes had busted, water running all over everything. The police came by that night because this white health inspector saw the conditions, knew he was talking to a real woman, went by the police department and left money for a ton of coal. Police come by that night to leave the coal for her. She was short, but she seemed like she was 20 feet tall. She's the type of woman you would never put in a contest. She was the type of woman, when people start talking about Miss America, you automatically knew they won second best because Mom was Miss America. And as I grew up, I realized it was an honor just knowing this woman, let alone having her as my mother. White men and Black men used to come here crying, telling her their problems, all types of white men. Sometimes white men where she worked, sometimes white men that she had met in passing. The bums and the tramps, the doctors and the school teachers used to come by and talk to Mom. Politicians would come by to get advice, wisdom. She had it. She had a way she could talk to people. Heard a man come by the house that was getting ready to go kill somebody. And when he finished talking to Mom, the man left crying and thanked her. A white man thinking of committing suicide came by to talk to Mom. She had a quality that was second only to God. She had a quality where she could sit by in all her misery and all her suffering, that she could sit by and evaluate the situation, evaluate a problem, tell a man things. I used to look at her to tell people things they didn't even want to hear because they were coming to get her to okay the cheap way out. After they finished explaining why she had to do a certain thing, she still won them over. Had a lot of people come by who thought she was a good touch. Used to hear them telling her, how could she live there, raising all those boys without a father? Used to hear men come by the house and offer her money, never took it. Used to hear them come by and tell her how much they admire her. Used to hear her tell them, anytime you want to come by the house and talk, you can come by. You could never come by this house and flirt with me because I've got too many boys. I got to raise. If people see you coming in here, they think you're doing something wrong. I heard a guy say, I wanted to come here just to talk to you, Mrs. Gregory. People would think I'm coming in to have an affair with you. My mother used to say, as long as my boys know nothing is going on with no man, as long as I know nothing else counts. And as many men used to come in my house to seek advice. Not one time did I hear kids say anything smutty about my mother. It was a funny thing. Even the bill collector called her Miss Lucille. Even the kids in the neighborhood always referred to my mom as Miss Gregory. White folks used her as a social symbol. If a white home had Mrs. Gregory around for a cocktail party, it was probably one of the greatest cocktail parties of the year. And poor white folks used to get Mom to come by their house. Mom used to charge them $20 a day. Hated them, not because they were white, because they were white and so poor and so low down, no class. Used to come home and tell us about them, things they try to do, how they used to treat her because they think this is the way rich people are supposed to treat a Black woman. Call a nigger, call a girl, make her do a whole lot of dirty work, make her lift things. Used to hurt Mom when she had to wash a white man's underwear, white woman's drawers, and they were dirtier than hers. She knew rich people changed their underwear every day. Rich people's sheets were easy to wash, and Mom could just walk in the house and look at the man's socks and know where he was. Knew how long he'd been rich and knew almost how long he was going to stay rich. One day she came home, she was really broken up, crying because of this white man she was working for that morning. The same pot he was washing his feet in, he wanted her to cook spaghetti in that evening. She walked out, came home and told me how low down they were. In a Black home, after they washed the clothes on the board, they boiled them out on the stove, put them on the stove and put the bleach in it. That's why a Black woman always was proud about having the whitest wash, because after she washed the clothes with her hands, she rinsed them out in the kitchen sink, put them in a dish pan and boiled them, put the laundry stick in the pan, boiled them, then rinsed the bleach out of them and then hung them on the line. I asked Mom when she came home crying about that man soaking his feet in the pot, what difference does it make if a man soaks his feet in the pot that you cook spaghetti in? And Mom looked at me and told me, I didn't know I was raising a son that low down. You can't see nothing wrong with that? I said, hell no, Mom, I can't see anything wrong with it. Now when I sit up and watch you wash the clothes, then boil our drawers out in the same pan we wash dishes in. She didn't answer, but I noticed she went out and bought a bucket for our clothes. Big press. Richard, you know your daddy's a cook. He has to work on Christmas. I said he'll be here, Mom. She went back and put her clothes on. She was very nervous. And she came back and asked me how she looked. I said, you look okay, Mom. She said, the best pair of shoes I have back there, Miss Wallace gave them to me, but they're summer shoes. What do you mean by summer shoes, Mama? Those black and white shoes, the one I like so much, the ones you never wear because you never have no place to go. I didn't know those were your summer shoes. You never see people wearing them in the wintertime. No, Mom, they dyed them. They dime. Yeah, I dime for people. I went in the kitchen, I got my dye. She walked out and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm dyeing your shoes so you can put them on so Daddy can see you in these. She said, Oh, you can't put that on. They have to dry first. Oh, Mom, you burn it. You burn it and it dries while you're putting it on. Really, Richard? Yeah, Mom. We sat and looked out the window together, 4 o'clock in the morning. Guess I didn't have to burn them, did I? You didn't have to burn him, but I'm glad you did. Never really believed he was coming. Why do you believe he's coming, Richard? I talked to that man in the backyard. I thought he was. Guess he's not coming now. Go to bed, Richard. No, Mom, I'll wait here with you. If I lay over there in the chair when he comes, would you wake me up? Yeah, Richard, get you some sleep. No little boy stays up this late. Okay, Mom. That's a horrible feeling, to lay in the chair trying to sleep and can't sleep because Mama thinks you're asleep. And for the first time, you hear Mom praying. Not the type of prayer she usually says when she knows the kids are here. I never will forget how she said it. God, I've always made a big mistake. I've sat here every Christmas, many times in the summer, and prayed for their daddy and never prayed for the other kids' daddy that are on their way home too. Send them theirs first. And then if you're not too tired and weary, oh Lord, send Big Press here. And when you send them, don't send them for me. Send them because the boys need them. And then she fell out on the floor and cried. It's a funny thing. It's a funny feeling to be hugging your mother while you're a kid and she's crying and you're telling her, don't cry. She cried and she cried and she cried until she cried herself to sleep. And then I turned the tree off and I sat in the chair and I looked at her. I said, God, wherever he is, let him knock on the door. I'll wait for him. You know, with all the odds that the man wasn't coming, it was always a funny thing when a kid, I'm sorry, I lost my place. It's always a funny thing when I was a kid and would pray. Never prayed that much, not real prayers. I always prayed social prayers. It was nice to pray before you go to bed because it made Mom happy, but I never really prayed for something that I didn't get. I never will forget it. My aunt knocked on the door and said, let me speak to your mother. I thought she was my daddy knocking, and I could tell the way she looked at me that in some kind of way he did knock. My aunt woke her up. We had always been trained to leave when a grown person comes into the room. I heard my aunt tell my mother, Big Press been by my house all night. He's scared to come home because he hasn't got anything for the kids but some money. Just got in this evening, been over there crying. Child all day because he went and gambled and won. But when we finished winning, all the stores was closed. I was so happy I ran in and said, I told you, didn't I, Mama? I told you he was coming. Go get him, Mom, and tell him we got everything we want. She went to get him and I woke up all the kids and told them Daddy's home. They flipped out of bed. We sat there and we waited. We looked out the window and we waited. And Dolores said, oh, he's not here. I don't want to see him anyway. Ronald said, I do. We started betting what he would look like. Oh man, he'd be clean, $200 suit on. Presley said, Daddy wears $1,000 suits. Garland said he have a pocket full of money too. I said to myself, yep, pocket full of money, but no gifts. Cab pulled up and we heard the door slam and I heard a big, deep voice like nobody but my daddy could say it, keep the change. We hollered, we screamed, we jumped up and down. The last thing I remember was taking that last look over my shoulders at my brothers and sisters, fighting each other to get to the door, and hearing my mother say, don't touch his clothes. Yeah, because he used to bitch a lot when we used to crawl up on him with our dirty selves. I used to hear him telling her about those dirty brats. Yeah, that's the last thing I remember before I slammed the door to my bedroom. It was my bedroom. That night, because everybody was gone, and I crawled up in that bed and I got real frightened, laying there crying, hearing him talk to the kids, hearing him saying, where's Richard? Hearing my mother call me, Richard, Big Press is here, and scared for him to come see what I was doing, for fear he might walk out that door like he's walked out so many other times when her back was turned. I laid there and I remember how that bed has always been a happy bed. We had a lot of fun in bed, but not tonight. It's the loneliest bed in the world because the one thing I resented the most showed up. There's nobody in the bed now. I wonder how they could forget. And I heard my mother tell them to get off of him. Heard him asking them, have you been a good boy? You going to school? You doing your schoolwork? Don't be like your daddy. I laid there and bit the covers, kicked the sheet, and said to myself, don't you worry, motherfucker, don't you worry. I was scared to death because I wanted to walk out there, but I wasn't. I wanted to throw my arms around him and hug him, kiss him. Mom brought him in and said, Richard, your daddy's here. She said, oh, Big Press, he waited up all night for you. He knew you were coming. He bought you something for Christmas. You know he buys you something every Christmas. Richard, you know what it feels like to lay in bed and have your mother pull on you? You know you're not asleep, but you're not going to move. She rolls you over and there's a face full of tears. He said, what's wrong, son? Have her look at him, not to embarrass him because he's a stranger at his own house, and all strangers have to be treated with respect. And hear her tell him, Big Press, he's just jealous. He's just jealous because you didn't pick him up like you picked up the rest of them. Didn't you hear me call for you, Richard? Did you hear me say daddy's home? What are you crying about? Are you sick? As I laid there in that bed and looked up, he looked like he was 10 feet tall, clean, healthy. He sat down on the bed and I heard Mama say, don't sit on that dirty bed. We had one sheet that stayed on the bed for 6 months. He got up and brushed it off. She walked out and pulled out one of the silk linen tablecloths the white folks gave her, which we'd never be able to use, and covered up the bed so he could sit there and talk to me. She walked out and she kept the rest of the kids out of the room. Of course, she didn't have to keep them out. They were busy looking at the money he gave them. Then he looked at me and said, I bought you some money. I said, I don't want it. He said, I got more for you than I had for them. I said, I still don't want it. He said, don't you want to see me? I'm your daddy, boy. I said, I see you every time. I see that little woman there on her knees on the floor, looking out the window, crying and praying that you come. You know, you ought to thank me because I brought you here tonight. Thank me that you never get sick, because every night I say my prayers, I bless him. I say bless him wherever he is. He said, I'm going to stay home with y'all this time if y'all want me. Do you want me to stay, Richard? I'm going to get a job. I looked at him and I saw that look that I always see in his face when he was telling the truth, when he felt ashamed and felt guilty and wanted to get close to a family of his own. I didn't say anything to him, said it to myself. If he stays, I'll leave. I don't need you, old man. No, I don't need you. I needed you when the boys would chase me home. I needed you when Mr. Ben would curse me. I needed you when the man cheated me out of some money and knew he was cheating. I needed you every time Boo's daddy came home at 7 o'clock. He looked at me and said, are you sick? And my mother walked in. He said, child, I think I'll take him to the doctor tomorrow. I kind of smiled because I didn't want to go to a doctor. And then he got up and asked her, Chili, what's wrong? What's wrong with him? She said, don't worry about him. He's crazy. Do you know what it feels like to have your mother stand over you and call you crazy? Do you know what it feels like to have a mother lose all the passionate love she had for you the day before to pacify a dog that's not even worth being pacified? And then what I knew, he would say, you got a drink, Chili? He didn't even have the decency to drink it out of a glass, drink it right out of the bottle. And that's the day I knew you could say a prayer and get an answer and then end up hating yourself and cursing God. Okay, so that's the end of that chapter. Let's see. Do you guys want me to keep going or do you want to read The Invisible Man? Or are y'all okay with this story?
You can keep going.
You want to keep hearing this? Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, no problem at all.
In December, and she's the most amazing person to be around.
Sure enough, that night he beat her. Do you know what it feels like when a man beats a woman all the way through her nose, through her house, cursing her and kicking her and knocking her down and telling her about his woman and telling her she thinks she's so goddamn good that he doesn't even feel right walking down the street with you. Because when I walk down the street, everybody wants to run up and say hello to you and look at me like I'm dirt. What have you taught Richard? Whatever you taught them, you can't turn all of them against me. Do you know what it feel like to hear those same kids that were jumping up, hollering, screaming, yelling, and shouting, and then praising and bragging over the money that he gave them? Do you know what it feels like to see your sister laying over in bed crying? Your brother's so goddamn scared they didn't know what to do. And I laid there, looked at him whip her, looked at him knock her out. He was saying the things to her I wanted to warn her about that day when he walked in, and she said I was crazy. Then he walked over to the bed where I was laying, and he beat me too. That was the mistake he made. After all, when he beat me, he beat the wrong one. Because he beat somebody that didn't love him. Do you know what it feels like to hear a man come back 30 minutes later crying and apologizing, telling her how much he loved her and listening to her tell him it was her fault? That all she was trying to do was tell him that she wanted to get off relief. I got up, went to the kitchen, got the butcher knife. Didn't know how strong he was while he was sitting there with his head in his hands crying. I swung at him. In Tavis, I seen too many people swing with the knife not to know what I was doing. I swung at him for every kid in the world who hated their daddy. Mom stopped me. Mom grabbed the knife. He looked up. Guess it's a hell of a thing for a daddy to look in his own son's eyes and see murder. I think for the first time in his life, he realized what he'd done because I heard him telling Mama, I'll leave. I'll leave now, and don't beat Richard. You should have let him hit me with it. I need to be dead. Never been no good. Never treated them right. I watched him turn and walk out the door. Listened to her hold the door while he was pulling it closed. Then her pulling it until it slammed. And then when it slammed, she fell. She fell all the way down the hall because the knob came off in her hand. The kids stood at the window crying. Don't leave, Daddy, don't leave. I walked to the window and felt like I was Daddy. I felt like I stood taller than anybody in the house. I stood and I walked. I stood and I looked at him walk. Then I got up from the window and I went out the back door to follow him. Man, if I live to get 1,000 years old, I'll always thank God that I did. Followed him into a tavern, came in behind him, got there just in time to hear a woman arguing with him about where he had been, hearing him say, I couldn't get away. In 15 minutes worth of time, all the shame was gone. He was going to leave anyway. I just gave him a reason, excuse, because he was running late. Heard him say I had to beat the bitch's ass for talking about you, he said. But I got a little boy, little Richard. He's an MF. I wonder how many men have kids at home waiting on them that want them to come home. Guess that's why I dig my little daughters. I guess that's why my wife, Lil, gets so upset because she thinks I wanted to have a boy, as most men do. She doesn't know every time a baby is born, I want one of mine to be a girl, because I'd rather take the chance on raising another Lucille Gregory before the world than a Presley Gregory. The whole world would be better off if it had nothing but Lucille's and no Presleys at all. Wonder if that clown knew what he missed when he come home and what he thought was fatherly love was excitement for a stranger. Every time I walked into my house, my little daughters walk up to me and she'll say, I love you, Daddy. Yeah, he never heard that. Heard it from some woman in the street, but he never heard it from his kids. And every time I hear from mine, I wonder if he only knew what he was missing. I love you, Daddy means more than all the seventh falling on all the crap tables all over the world. I wonder if he knows what it feels like to hear one little kid tell her little sister, Daddy's sick. That means more than all the doctors in the world. When you can lay in one of them beds, pain and misery, sick and tired, and hear a little kid say, Daddy's sick. Wonder if he knows what it feels like to be able to put his arms around his kids and squeeze them so tight. Sometimes you forget how hard you're squeezing them because you're enjoying it. I wonder if he knows what he missed. I wonder about him laying out there in San Francisco, a good man now that can sit back and boast about his kids. I wonder what happens to this man every time he picks up a paper and he reads about Dick Gregory. I wonder if he's still foolish enough to believe that his leaving helped us. Because I turn in all the Dick Gregorys in the world and all the nightclub performances I've ever had and all the big money I've ever made to go back through those days with the daddy. But I learned something from him. Learn how to respect others. It's a horrible thing for a mother to have to come home and look in the pot and see food is running out, going to bed every night with poverty, going to bed every night with bills. Kids don't want to hear all about where you've been, where you're coming from, how high coffee is, who got drunk last night, who they caught embezzling something. All they want to do is be a daddy. The sweetest feeling in the world is to be able to come home after the whole world and kick you in your ass and be able to walk through that house and walk to that baby's bed, see those kids laying there safe and sound with the expression on their face like mama's in bed and daddy's coming. It's a wonderful feeling to see them grow up. I even notice my kids' ears growing, and that's something men don't do that aren't with them 24 hours a day. See their feet get big, see them understand things, see them curious about things. Your kid is only one kid in the world that you can walk in and give him $500 in $1 bills, and they'll play with it until they get tired. They'll leave it on the floor and they'll get it in your lap. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to come home one day and have your kids crawl into bed with you, lay down and go to sleep just because daddy's asleep, and to lay there and peep at them, feel them put their little hands around you and hug you, see them still a kiss when they think you're asleep. Feel those little delicate warm hands playing with your beard. The greatest feeling in the world is to feel a kid's hand on your nose. Funny thing, my babies will never grab anybody's nose but their daddy's and their mamas. They'll never put their hands in anybody's mouth but daddy's mouth or mommy's mouth. Any man that has a kid that doesn't want to run in and stick a hand in his mouth and he tries to bite her finger, he's not a daddy, because as dangerous as she knows it is, she still knows you're not going to hurt her. The greatest feeling in the world is to have your kid walk up to you and ask you to do something they will ask no other man to do. Pick me up and throw me in the air, and look at them get frightened when they go up and laugh like hell when they come down and you catch them. The greatest thing in the world. And I want to know about my daddy. He hasn't got the right to pick mine up because he cheated. He didn't pick his own up. You don't qualify to give my kids a birthday or Christmas present because he didn't give his one. My kids will always honor him as a grandpa. They'll never hear nothing but nice things about him as far as being a granddaddy, but he couldn't reach and beat me with his belt. It's that same guy. He can't reach and throw his grandkids up in the air. Wonder what it felt like for a man that roamed the streets around the country, and every time he saw a kid, he had to stop and wonder what he was doing. Or was he just that dirty that he just gave us up and thought we were in jail somewhere? He had nerve enough to tell me I was going to be like him when I grow up. If I thought this minute I would have a boy that would grow up and be like him to another woman or their kids, I would pray to all the gods in the heavens to destroy me now. Destroy me now with the most pain you could ever destroy a man with. I guess where you have a good mother and no father, God kind of sits in. It's not good enough, but it helps. I got kind of tired of hearing mama say, God fix it so I could pay the rent. God fix it so the lights could be turned on. As much as I honored that and respected that, I kind of felt like that wasn't his job. Plus, a kid kind of likes to see who's doing those things so you can tell them things. But he walked away and left us to the cold, left us to face the cold winters, the hot summers, the Easters with nothing new, the picnics with nothing in the basket. And I wonder if it ever dawned on him that he had it so there was one Sunday he wouldn't even go to church, Father's Day. When I swung at him with that knife, had I known then what I know now, I probably would have fell on my knees and cried for him. No kid in the world should ever raise a hand to swing at a no good daddy. No woman in the world should ever lose sleep for hating a no good father, because that's already been taken care of in that beautiful parable. A man who destroys his own home shall inherit the wind. Chapter 2, developing his gifts. Cultural opportunity in St. Louis, the school system in St. Louis was very good because the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra would do concerts for the school kids. We get a half a day from school to go downtown. It was a wonderful feeling sitting there, seeing that people with the violins and the conductor sophisticated with the tux on and everything. Probably one of the greatest assets a kid had in St. Louis, as far as cultures was concerned, was the money opera. Bob Hope came in and played in the original Roberta. I was able to see Showboat, all of the top operas, all of your top Broadway plays when I was a little hoodlum back home. We used to say we were the only hoodlums with culture. You could snatch a pocketbook in St. Louis and it would be a whistling tune from Carousel while doing it. We got to see all the top operas from June to September, and we go every night because they had free seats. There was something about this type of music that I would come home and I would just feel like I was somebody. It was a wonderful feeling to be able to turn on the radio, the stuff that you never listened to, and to be able to turn it on and can hum it or whistle it the whole opera all the way through. It was miles from my house, but we take off at 6 o'clock and get to the opera just about the time it was starting. We would go in, rent the opera glasses, 15 cents to rent the glasses, $2 deposit. I used to live for the day when I could go out with my $2 in my pocket. You never miss it on Sunday night. Gang wars wouldn't start till after the opera was over. It was a wonderful, beautiful affair. It was outdoors. You just sit way up so far you couldn't tell if the performers were white or black. It was a good feeling during intermission to be able to walk down and walk in between the rich people that were out there, down in the front row seats. It was a beautiful thing to be able to do this. What I liked best about it, this was the only time that I could identify with the rich man because I knew he was sitting down front and he was seeing the same thing I was seeing. I don't know what would have happened to this country had the richest man and the poorest man not been able to seek some form of entertainment after days or weeks' work. In the neighborhood we lived in, we can go to the place where you pay 15 cents for a bottle of beer and call it a honky-tonk show. The entertainment was just as important as the guy spending $100 for a table because you had a place where you could go and leave yourself to sit and look at a performer. Every city in America should have free sections where they can get top performers because it's a hell of a thing for a kid to be able to identify with top show business people, people that you idolize, people that you read about every day. At night, I would lay down in bed and I couldn't sleep for wanting to go to get there so I could get out on that track. So tomorrow will be over. So Saturday, we could have our track meet. This was a whole new period in my life. Nothing was interesting to me anymore. It was all track, and rightfully so, because I never anybody till I had track. To get the feeling that I got out of track, that's a clean, beautiful, honest to goodness feeling. You are participating in a sport where there's no monetary reward. There's no professional guarantee. You're out there all by yourself. You can't blame it on anybody. You can't get out there and have a guy dislike you because one guy's getting all the glory. Track's not like that. Track was so beautiful for my mind. I caught myself praying one day and I had to stop because it dawned on me. What right do I have asking you to help me win? How disrespectful can I be to the others? Because when I asked for you to help me win, I've completely canceled out the others. Actually, I'm praying for their loss. So then I quit praying. When I came to the line, I realized and I prayed different. Going to bed every night and training right, trying to keep rules, the laws, the regulations. If I can't win the race with this, may the best man win. But I had the attitude that I'm bringing to the line, 118 pounds of bones. I'm bringing to the line a body that was frail and had missed many good meals, a body that has been well kept in the last year, that has laid down the law for training. Now, if you can bring something better than this, I take my hat off to you. It's absolutely your race. This was the attitude I formed on running. You find out things when you're out there. It's a hell of a thing, and I think it'd be a better world today if every man in the world could overextend himself to complete exhaustion for good at the end. I've had track meets that got so damn hot in St. Louis, 110, 109. In the wintertime in cross country, your hands get so cold, your feet get so cold. I've had track meets that I swore after this race is over, as God is my witness, I'll never run track again. This is how grinding those races were. It's an individual sport. You're out there all by yourself. Nobody can help you. I used to get real nervous the night before a race. I used to lay up in bed and think about all the boys that had a chance of winning. I get up the next morning and I'd be so damn tired I couldn't move. I found out beyond a shadow of a doubt that a man loses just as much energy physically and mentally laying up in the bed night before a race as you do out there on that track. You reenact the whole race. You close your eyes, you see him coming, you go that whole mile. You can imagine how tired I am now mentally. I lost the race because of that. So now I decided that I would never, as long as I live, worry. I knew that if I didn't break this habit in high school, I was going to take it into college. And you get to the point where you are so used to worrying over a meet, but I used to worry on Saturdays when we didn't even have track meets. I was so used to worrying at nighttime when everybody was going to a party, I would go out to public school stadium and just get on the track. It was the only thing I had where I was somebody. It was the only thing that I ever touched that made me. So anytime I needed anything, I used to just go out and lay out on the track, on the grass, and just thank the gods in heaven because I couldn't believe this thing here. I used to go out and just look at the empty seats and then laugh about how full they were during a track meet and made myself believe I bought them in. Track was the background to all of the things that have happened to me. It was the attention getter that I needed. It was the discipline that I needed. I had too much inside of me for it not to be channeled some way where I could do it all by myself. On a team, nothing. It had to be track. I get aggravated about a situation and just go and run. I would get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and run around the square block in front of my house. I was not running to be in shape. I was running so the working people that be getting to work that early would see and know me. I would get up every morning. I would run around that block from 5:30 to 8 o'clock, constantly for attention. When you run and get mentally and physically tired together, you're a different man. When I would run around the block, I could concentrate, I could think. And 9 times out of 10, whenever I wanted to think, I would run. I wasn't training, I was out there running, trying to get something off my mind. I was out there running because something happened that I didn't understand, that I was trying to figure out. So I ran and I ran and I ran. I got into my last year, and there are many things that are happening to me, many things racially that people slam me in the face with. But these things were minor because I had that one stick. I had the one old neutralizer. I'm not inferior to anyone. Okay, your daddy's a good chemist. I'm a good miler. Your daddy lives up there on the hill. Well, God damn it, if he ever comes down on the track, you're in my kingdom. And when I come up there, I'll always be in yours. But I might practice and take yours away from you one day because I found out through the track that if you practice, you put in the time and the effort and the sacrifice and build up to what you want, then you can move up to the block and say, okay, baby, I'm in a race now. Okay, I think I'm going to stop right there so that way we can talk about it and everybody can say their opinions on the book so far or how they feel about everything that Gregory was saying about his childhood, about his father, about going to the pub and being beat by white men, having white men look down on him when he's shining his shoes. Any opinions, anything to say? Any food for thought?
I found it interesting that he talked about race, but it wasn't really talking about race. It was showing how a Black child felt about the way white people treated him, and I realized that he knew that his mother was praying for something better, and her prayers are part of what Black people are doing now, is that they've got something better. They've got better than what it used to be.
Yes.
That's definitely true.
Me, I was puzzled about how a man could stay away from his children and then come and beat the wife like she ain't doing the best she can. And she's the one that's going out there struggling and working every day and trying to keep self-respect so her children can be respectful to her and other people be respectful to her. Because kids see, it's like we were taught little pictures have big ears. Kids see a lot. And when you see a man come in and out your mother's house, and everybody in the neighborhood see it and they teasing you about your mother, but you don't realize until you're a grown person what your mother was doing. And I can't see how a Black man can be so fool is to watch his family go through this and think it's all right. That's my opinion.
Right, and not only did he watch them go through it, he assisted with what they went through because he wasn't there. he definitely caused more trauma for
Yes,
all.
he did.
But do you not feel that that's the guilt that he was feeling of him not being able to provide for his family? When he had so many kids that he probably couldn't see his way through affording them. So he, you know, a lot of times men run away from their responsibilities because it's overwhelming to them. And they've not been taught how to deal with this. And you know, if you're not taught responsibility from the very beginning, then you're not going to know any responsibility when you get older. You're not
know what?
You're not going to know how to treat your mom. You're not going to know how to treat your own.
You know what? I think we have to stop making excuses for our behavior.
Exactly.
Because you know, your mama always taught you right from wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And as a child, a male child or a female child, you grew up saying, I'm not going to be like my mother, or I'm not going to be like my father. And you fall in that same trap. You already know right from wrong. And I'm sick and tired of we making excuses. We're making excuses because we're too lazy to get a job. We can have anything anybody else in this world have. All we have to do is get out there and work for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, it's not just work, Diane. You still have to have the education too.
No, you don't have to have no education to work.
If you got the skill, you got a job.
I know, but it's not just a job. See, you got to realize it's not just a job, because, you know, I came up, I had everything that I could possibly have as an adult. But when I came up, my mother had nothing. Okay, she didn't have anything to do. She worked all the time. My mother was always working, yet we were still in the same situation because she had 4 kids and she couldn't see her way through.
Wait a minute. My question
she had a job.
is
She had the
this. My
skills for the
question
job.
is this. Did you go hungry?
No, I'm not blaming her for I'm not blaming her for anything like that. What I'm saying is a job, just a job is not enough.
Yes,
Right.
it is.
No, it's
not. It is because
but she didn't have the education to elevate herself.
Let me explain this to you. When your mama had that job, what was important to her? Her riches was getting you all grown and on your own. She wasn't looking for material riches.
But she was looking to better her station. She just never could.
And she bettered her station by getting her children where they supposed to be.
Child, we grew up out as catfish.
Girl,
There was food. There was food.
I'm saying
you still
my
missing
mom.
my point. You still missing my point.
What's your point? You missed part of what she's trying to say too, Diane. Sometimes
can I say what I gotta say first?
Can other people talk?
What I'm saying is that when your mother gets you grown and on your own, what you do is you go back and make your mother's life better. That's what the point I'm trying to make. You make sure that your mother got that TV she never had. You make sure she got that dress she never had. You make sure she got that coat she never had. Those are things she appreciates when she gets older.
That's true. That is true. You're
absolutely
right.
Please.
Yes.
This is Thelma. My opinion of Dick Gregory's book at all, because we had a young man in the neighborhood was like that. Is that, you know, regardless of how you were brought up, you know, like we told him, you know, his mother was an alcoholic. His father left her in the project with him and his brother. And we kept trying to tell him just because, and he started drinking at an early age of 9 years old, drained his mother liquor bottles because she was a bootlegger. She sold liquor. And we was trying to tell him just because that's what's in your house, you don't have to bring it outside with you. You have a life of your own, and you can, and that you can go into and do things to help your mother and yourself. And then when he got older, but he wanted a job because we were 16. We all got jobs. I had a little job at a pharmacy on Martin King Avenue. He said he can't work because he can't read. He don't have no skills. Everybody got a skill. I said, don't you pick up the broom and sweep the house? I said, don't you pick up the broom and clean the house? You could be a janitor somewhere. You can sweep the street somewhere. You don't need a degree to do that. All you need is experience. And later on, you'll find out the experience from that job. In order to move up, you need more education about that job. So you can get a job until you get the
it's
job.
called fake it till you make it.
That's all. Just get a job until you get the D job. Everybody got a job and the job here on earth. You just go seek for your gift and not what you want. Because we don't know what we want.
You're right about that.
He died before he can do anything better, but he stopped drinking. He stopped drinking, but he died before he could do any better. He never had any children to take him, follow his footsteps.
You want to add something, Mr. Thompson?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, my sisters, for paying such close attention to what my brother had to go through. First and foremost, I met Dick Gregory out in front of the Reeves Center maybe 10, 15 years ago. He was DC, he was a fixture in DC as in other cities too, but the things we didn't want to talk about taking a picture, we didn't want to autograph. I just wanted to hear him and talk with him because he was just so different from other Black men who were so-called celebrities. Now, let me say this to my sisters from a man's perspective. The worst thing a man can do is to hit a young man's mom. That has such devastating effect upon a young man, especially pre-adolescent. It breaks you down to a point where he went and got that butcher knife. And he had seen so many things and growing up in salmon shoes and watching how white folks treated him. He wanted to do it and he meant to do it. But his mom, being who she is, stopped it once again. But for a young man, I'm telling you from experience, to see your dad hit your mom, it affects you deeply and for a long, long time. So therefore you go one way or the other. You either overcompensate or you keep the generational curse going. I found myself overcompensating. But there was a time when I was going to take my dad out. So I can relate to where he is. But ladies, understand, the worst thing a man can do is to hit a young man's mom in front of him. That's the worst. I'm talking about erasing everything from a young man's heart. It hurts all the way down to your toenails to see that happen. And you vow that you'll never be that way. But sometimes you're on the fence and you go one way or you'll go the other. But it's devastating the way he has transformed himself from that scared little boy who laid in the bed crying to the man that stands up and goes out and does what needs to be done, following the blessings that he had from his mom and the blessings that she taught him to pray. Prayer changes things. Not all things, because his daddy never changed.
Thank you, Ron, for the male perspective. We women need to hear it because we don't know the troubles and things that men go through. So we don't understand it because we're watching it from a different perspective. And thank you for sharing that. It gives light on the subject.
Definitely true. That was good food for thought, guys.
Yes, it is. Yes, it was. Let's say, take me back. Take me back.
Take me back.
Yeah. And now you know what's wrong with the children of the day.
Amen.
Especially when they don't have a father or a mother. But you know what I learned in life? You need full-time parents, not part-time. Because I had a full-time mother and a full-time daddy. That's why I'm still here.
Dick Gregory felt that he was better off without a dad. Rather than go through watching his dad treat his mom the way he did, and there's this other woman waiting for him, and he in the house shucking and jiving like he want to be there, knowing he late to be with another lady. See, that throws everything out of kilter. That throws
I would have did
everything out the window.
revenge too.
So he didn't even want him there. He didn't even want him there. That's how deep that is, y'all. He'd rather be without a daddy than have someone there that would box his mom like that.
That's the same way
Yeah, that's what happened with my mom.
Another reason why I do not drink. My daddy drank enough for me.
Yeah.
And he got violent. Like so many people do, they think they're social drinkers, but they don't realize how it transforms them in a few seconds sitting and drinking. Now, I don't have anything against anyone drinking. I love for folks to drink and have a good time. But when you see the look on somebody's face that's been drinking and they about to go into their act, that's a scary thing. That's scary. That's a very scary thing. Now, for a young man who's, especially an adolescent, he doesn't even know he has hormones yet, but he's seeing this kind of stuff.
Right.
And he'd rather be without a daddy than to have his daddy there beating on his mom. So thank y'all for hearing me out. Y'all know I love you. And I have to give it to you right off my right shoulder and my left shoulder. But I understand where he is, and I can relate definitely. But I'm so thankful that the good Lord brought him around and made him a very good role model. He didn't care nothing about money. He didn't care nothing about money. The richer he got, the more he gave away to folks who needed it.
That's
my brother raised his sisters for a year by himself because my daddy wouldn't pay the rent. My mother had died. And my brother was 16 years old, and he got three girls up every morning and made sure he plait their hair and ate. He would fight my other brother because my other brother would eat the food up, and he had to fight him. He said, feed the girl first. I don't care, but we feed the girl first. And my brother, up until the day he died, my mama told him, you look out after your sisters.
And he did.
And he did. And he raised his boys. He got 2 boys. And he told his 2 sons, look after your aunts. And my 2 nephews to this day look after me and my sister.
Amen.
And they are good fathers and they take care of their families. I mean, and I asked my brother one time, I said, babe, why are you so different? He said, I don't want my sons to grow up like I grew up. I don't want them growing up hating my father like I hated my father.
Come on, come on.
So he changed his whole life.
Mhm.
And he, even though he left their mama when they were little children, my brother saw his boys every weekend. He taught them to ride the bus from Benham Road out there almost to the line to 15th Street Northwest so they could be with him. And that's why my brother taught us how to love and how to hug and how to be a family.
Amen.
Because he was determined that we were going to be close. I mean, you got to realize you got to be a strong one in there somewhere.
Yes.
My mother used to tell us, united you stand, divided you fall. And my brother and sisters were the key, because I was digging in the bed bug. I was crazy. And I didn't know all of this affected me until I was a grown woman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, Diane.
I mean, it really, really affected me. I've been under psychiatry help for 40 years. It wasn't one day.
Mm-hmm.
It was 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And in that 40 years, I lost my own son. See, you gotta learn, you gotta understand. We all have problems, and we got problems today from childhood that will take us to our grave.
Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate you sharing, Ms. Leach. Thank you so much. And this, anybody else want to share before? I believe it's the next class starts at 1:30. So you guys still have time to share.
Well, I'd like to say not only does it affect young men or young boys to see their mother being beaten, it affects the girls too. Because I've seen my mother beaten and I hated it. And I vowed that I would never get in a relationship for a man to beat on me. So it does affect girls too.
Yes,
I found myself at one point, my mother, one of her boyfriends was beating on her, and I tried to defend her. And she told me to mind my damn business. And to that day, that still hurts. So it just, it affects you, it affects the girls too. So, I mean, I'm trying to help my mother, but she didn't want the help. So what do I do?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, me and my sisters, what you saying, Brenda, is true. Cause me and my sister, I don't have no brothers. It's just me and my sister. We grew up, my mother boyfriends. I don't know why all the boyfriends she get, they want to fight her. And me and my sister was young, we couldn't do much. But as we got older, we started realizing, we like, we ain't gonna have this, cause mom act like she's scared or. But you know, the whole problem was they drink. They drink, then they want to fight, and then that will get us involved. And so me and my sister started getting them iron frying pans, and we started banging that man upside his head. We didn't care because we said, you're not going to keep hitting our mom. But then after he leave out, we go to bed. She didn't let the man back in the house. We wake up, he back in the bed with her. I'm like, so it was just constantly going on and on. Even my dad, even my father, who she was married to, for her, almost knocked her eyes out. She had broken legs and teeth knocked out. I mean, just constant, this stuck in my head. And I was the same way you said, Brenda. I'm not going to get in a relationship with no one to put their hands on me.
Right.
And it's still here today. I still remember. And it's not only the guys, it's the women too. Yeah.
Right.
And it's
You never
sad.
forget it.
And she called me a name too, Brenda. We tried to help her. She called me a bitch. And I was like, what? But she was drinking, you know what I'm saying? I know. I was saying,
Yeah, check this out for me one time. It comes down to freedom, and here it's amazing how everything ties in together.
Right.
Our teacher has us wanting to do some things for Juneteenth, but y'all check this out. Sometimes Black men from way back in the day have been taking a beating from everybody, everywhere they are. From 1619, when we first stepped off that boat. Somebody white or in charge has beaten the Black man down so bad.
Right.
And he wants to do better. We want to do so much better, but
yeah,
it's a terrible thing when you have something on the back of your neck and you can't get it off. But when you go home, you find yourself wanting to be in charge. You know, wanting to have control someplace, and it comes out in the home, and we haven't learned to discern our feelings.
Right.
You know, you want to feel like you really, if you can't come home and be in charge, then you feel like you have to do what's been beaten on you all day and all month and all year and all centuries. So it's a burden, and it's like I said, it's a generational curse, but we have to find that freedom within ourselves to realize that bringing it home and beating on the lady that you have there waiting for you, and your children are there. And you're right, Brenda, it's not just for young men. It's the entire family circle.
Yes.
Even those that aren't even in the home, the uncles, the aunts, your cousins.
Right.
It affects the entire family structure. So being free from Juneteenth, we still have a lot to learn within the sphere of ourselves. So I just had to throw that last part in there too. So I'm through with y'all. I'm through with y'all because I love y'all too much, and I'm sick of all of you, especially you, Diane. You kept saying yesterday, let's change the subject, let's change the subject. Well, some subjects you got to get all the way down.
Right. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
you have to go 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Yeah.
To get it out and get it over with. But here it is.
That's right.
Here it is. And this is deep because Dick Gregory was deep and he didn't spare any lines in that book. He laid it out for you, whether you want to hear about it or not. Here's the truth. The TROOF, the truth.
You know, you can't keep pushing it to the side.
No.
We have to talk about these things. Sometimes it helps us as like a therapy, you know. Maybe somebody.
I was listening, but hey,
I was too yesterday.
It jumped out my chest because that's the way the book was written. That's the type of dude Dick Gregory was. He didn't care what you thought about him. He gonna give it to you raw. You can cut it and bag it any way you want to.
That's right.
But he gonna give it to you raw, and that's the raw 20,000 leagues under the sea.
That's
deep.
Right.
This is deep stuff right there, where we at right now. Just like Juneteenth should be deep, especially for the young children and young people coming up who have no idea what a shack, what a slave shack look like with no heat, cracks everywhere.
Well,
no, please.
You know, and so I have a question for you guys. It's just more food for thought. So as far as race goes and having to talk about these things, you know, instead of pushing them away, how do you guys feel about what's going on right now with critical race theory and how they're trying to take that out of everything, take it out of the school books, take it out of important.
No, we need it. We need it.
They're trying to erase
most of
They're trying to erase all history. They're trying to erase everybody's history. They're trying to the white and the black history. The white people that did stuff to black people. They don't want you to know that the white people were mean to black people and beat them and killed them and all kinds of stuff. I think it's a disgrace because the kids gonna grow up and you're listening to grandma telling you about something that you have no idea.
And you can't prove it.
Yes.
You can't prove what grandma said.
Can't prove it. That's right, Thelma, you done said the right thing. You can't prove it because it's not written. And I would like to see what is going to happen in the future with our great-grandchildren, if they erase everything out of the books and they listen to us old folks, if we live to be that old,
Yeah.
you know, somebody still know what's going on back that went on, because I'm listening to you and I'm listening to how I grew up, and I'm realizing that a lot of people grew up a lot different, and it's good for you to know how other people grew up, to know how fortunate you were in the situation you were in. I never, my father was there before he could beat anybody. He couldn't, I was too little for him to spank my butt. So, well, when he died. So, we never had a man in our family that beat on women.
Well,
So
I agree.
I
No.
find it terrifying. I'm so glad I didn't have to live through it. And I apologize for not understanding what you felt, but I feel the pain in my heart and the gratefulness that I didn't have to go through it. And I'm sorry that you did. So please, you know, if you think I don't understand, I really don't understand, but I'm listening to you, and I'm understanding that. I'm glad I never saw that. But I'm worried about our kids not knowing what you can't take a statue down of Robert E. Lee or Jon Snow or whoever, or a racist president, and not talk about it, because you're taking away history. And if you don't know who those people are and why they did what they did to your family, you're not gonna have an understanding of what went on.
That's right. That is so
And
deep.
you're not going to understand what slavery was. If your grandma's talking about slavery and you don't know how slavery was, and because my experience is my grandfather had slaves, but Louisiana was a French country, and French people, before the United States bought it, French people did not believe in slavery. How he did it was they told him he had to, if you're gonna have people working on your in your fields, wheat fields, you're gonna have to have slavery. Okay, so he started businesses. He owned a general store. He owned a whole lot of other stuff in Napoleonville. His people had they had money at the store, accounts. If they wanted to build a house on property that he gave them, they went to the store and bought what they needed to buy. And that was how he paid his people. He didn't have an overseer. He was the boss. He went out and saw if you were feeling bad or whatever. And that's the history that was passed down to us. But I see how other people live, and we hear stories about it, and that's because they were in different parts of the country. And now Louisiana is a racist country. Because they had white people that moved in there with all that racist stuff and talked a lot of crap.
They brought that with them. That was part
right.
of
That's right, Miss Walker.
And
Thank you.
that came along with.
That's right. They brought it with them.
Mm-hmm.
Political race theory it has gone full circle. So I mean that to say, we're old enough to know that when we were in school, you didn't know anything about Black contributions to society. They kept that from us.
It all depends what school.
They kept that from us, and we didn't learn that until we were just about out of school, and you learned even more since you were in school. So they didn't teach us. Is that critical race theory too? Yes, it is. We didn't have the knowledge of ourselves. We didn't know that we invented the traffic light, the elevator, the vacuum cleaner. We didn't know. We didn't have any idea that all that stuff was us.
We ain't know nothing about that stuff.
We didn't know nothing about that. So they kept that from us. So
They're not gonna know
I
anything about Uncle Ben.
That's a part of critical race theory right there.
They don't have Black history in the schools anymore. I got a
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
It didn't have it then.
I have a
Yes, they
14-year-old
do.
granddaughter that's in school now, and they have not done any Black history in years.
What school is that?
Where?
Who?
Any school you go to, they're not
No,
doing
no,
Black
no,
history.
no. Black history
Don't
is still
use
a
those
must to be taught
words.
in there.
No, they're not,
That's in
because
this.
they're not,
Yes,
it's not on the academic
yes,
grill.
yes, it is.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it is.
is.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
is.
is.
In the
Will you
curriculum. Yes,
please
it is.
stop using those very positive words? They don't make a
It's
broad.
up to that teacher to take and enforce it.
I learned it in the
The
fifth.
teachers are not
That's
trying to
right.
lose their job
I
without
was at Bernie
by going
Elementary in the
over
what, fifth
curriculum
grade?
that's not in the
Fifth
books.
grade when I learned in civics. I learned the civics and what appreciation about Black. When I got the ninth grade art appreciation, I learned about a Black artist, a Black man to paint a picture. I
Well,
didn't read it.
how did it all start? Like with white people, what they say, oh, we're gonna get these Black people to do things for us. What about the
No,
other
they came
races?
over and took
What
over the
about the
country.
other races? Why was we chosen?
Because
How
number
did
one,
it
we were the
start?
strongest. They
Well,
seen what we
I would
did
like
back
to
How
home.
did it start?
We were
and
strong.
look
Look how we was built.
read some of the
No, I
stuff.
mean, how was
We're
it
still
started that they
strong.
chose us to be
Wait,
slaves?
we was wise.
Because they
I'm
went over and
saying,
took people from their country and brought them over here.
why they
They
didn't
took
get
them
the
up.
other races? It was
They
other
did.
races
Well,
beside
there
us.
were other
There were
races
other
here.
They
races
did
here.
They were
Asian
other
slaves.
races too.
Excuse
Like
me.
the Irish and the English had slaves. They had
And
brought poor people over here and made them
Yes.
slaves.
Who was that?
But
Was
because
that
they didn't talk about that, so you don't
no?
never know that they
Right,
actually had them. You see
right.
what
It
I'm
was
saying?
only like,
Native Americans were
Excuse
also
me.
slaves.
Excuse me.
yeah.
If okay, let me quote this. Who was it over there? Was it Asia or Europe? Country was so bad and condemned. They was fixing up. They ended up with what was it? It was a leukemia or between tuberculosis, and the white people were dying. And they said we needed more people to help us over here. And they came to the west coast of Africa and kidnapped Ethiopia and all, and Kenya. They succeeded. Then the Europeans that had the United States came on the west coast of Ghana and got people. They, everybody just took, but they said, let's get these strong people with the largest continent on the face of earth. Let's get them. Look how they built that. Look how they got them pilgrims over there.
I suggest
And the
something.
only thing about we
Wait a
got
minute, I'm
over
glad
there,
you
we
said
couldn't
that.
be educated. We had to start speaking our language. We had to speak their language.
I'm glad
And
you
we-
said that because they found that Africans were stronger and could endure more for longer
Yes.
periods of time than other races of
We
people.
we
And that's why
are
we were the
God's
chosen
chosen
people.
people.
That's why they
Okay.
chose us. That's you gave some history there, my sister. I'm so glad you told it. That's why
And
they
you
chose
know what
Africans
else I
to be
found out
enslaved.
from my
Have
understanding?
you looked at?
You
Have
can
you
check.
looked at?
You can check. You can check too. What race
Have you
is in the
looked? Have you
Bible?
looked?
The
What?
black race is in the Bible. The
Well,
Chinese
where
race
was
is in
the
the
black
Bible.
folks? They
There's
were
no
in
race,
Africa. Jesus
huh?
was a
Was a black Jew. You born in Bethlehem, but it started in the It started in Egypt with Hagar, who had
what?
Adam with Hagar, who had what's his name? Jacob, not Jacob's, Abraham, first
Well,
child of wedlock.
we
Who was
well,
Ishmael.
well, we can go
Hi,
there.
everyone.
But
Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but again, I want to thank Crystal for hosting today's lunch club. So
Yes.
let's put that in the chat for her. We really appreciate that. I was able to catch a few of it while I was working. So she'll be on next week to do her book. So just make sure you guys hop on next Wednesday for of course, our advanced training, but also our lunch club with Crystal. So we'll be starting in about 10 minutes for our module. So again, like I say, just make sure you grab something to eat, something to drink, and we'll be on in about 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
You
Thank
have a
you,
great
Crystal,
reading
for
book. You have a beautiful.
powerful book, and I thank you all for your touch of
I'm
history.
going
and
back and get that.
that you have.
You have a beautiful reading voice, Crystal. Thank you.
A lot of us that didn't have that and DC public schools is not teaching history anymore. They're
Thank
teaching
you.
whatever they want to teach history. It's not the regular history. They teaching whatever. I don't know what that crap they are trying to teach my grandchild, but it surely is not what
Okay,
went on
then
when
you
I was
teach it.
growing up.
Then you teach it. If the school
Thank
school
you,
don't teach it, you
And
Crystal.
that's the very reason I teach my granddaughter, because I want her to know her history.
I taught my
That,
children
thank you.
and my
And
Because
I'm
you
grandchildren
got
not
I'll
all
see
teaching
you
this,
it in
guys
you
next
got
school.
week
all
on
this
Wednesday,
stuff that
okay?
they trying to
Thank
teach
Thank
you,
you.
you.
Crystal.
Thank you,
Shit.
Loretta.
Crystal.
Appreciate you. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
sister.
Thank you.
I
Excellent
sit down
job,
and talk
Crystal.
with mine.
Thank
First,
you.
you got to
Find
teach
out.
them
See you
how
guys
to
next
read
week.
first.
All
Okay.
right.
I don't wait for nobody to teach my children. I teach them myself.
You know what, Thelma?
I am the first teacher in my family with my
you-
children,
you-
grandchildren. No, I'm their first teacher.
I'm gonna tell y'all what I tell y'all what I did and what I do. My grandchildren and especially my great grandchildren.
Oh yes.
Now, when you're teaching your children about the Bible, and when they open those pages in that Bible, things are not historically correct.
Right.
When they show the disciples and they show Jesus calming the waters and all that, I had to make some changes in the way I was taught, the Bible that I was raised up reading and listening to. I went to Howard University bookstore.
Yeah.
There's a Reverend Kane Hope Felder.
Black President of the Bible. Yes, I got the whole series.
And that Bible is more historically correct for me, and make sure my grandchildren and my great grandchildren realize that all the white pictures that all the angels are white. No. That's why I can't watch The Passion of the Christ and all these other movies. 10 Commandments. Although those people weren't white, they weren't white. At least be historically correct. If you're going to do something, do it right. So I give, as soon as they're old enough, I buy them one of them Bibles out of the Howard University bookstore from Reverend Kane Hope Felder, and you'll be surprised at the difference that it would have made such a difference in my life growing up, having to read the Bible and going to catechism, going to school and all that, just to know the sense of self, that basic. The Bible itself isn't historically correct without the correct pictures of the people that were there.
Right. Why are you doing that? The people in Northern Africa, some are white and some are a lighter brown.
Exactly.
And so why do you want to change them? What color? Does a color make that much difference to you?
Yes.
That the Bible isn't correct.
Yes.
For self-esteem purposes, yes. For self-esteem purposes,
because
yes,
we
it
think
is.
that
Now,
a lot of our Black children think they are not worthy. And that's not the way I want my child to. And because I'm from a racially mixed family, I want them to know both sides of whatever. And I want them to know that originally that the Catholic religion came off the Jewish. And the different churches branched off. You got the Lutherans and all that. You've got different religions. But you have to learn that everybody was when started was not the same color.
It was a rainbow.
Well, we know that.
Does color really matter?
You're not learning that. That's what you learn at your house, but that is not what you learn in
You sing it, Ann.
Play that banjo. Play that banjo, Ann. Play that banjo.
You singing, Ann.
I'm saying,
Hey,
don't get me started, please don't. I don't want to get you started. I don't want to get started.
Well,
Ronald.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Now I know you remember this. Remember when Good Time did that special with Ned the Wino looking like Jesus?
Thank you.
It started that controversy that removed the white Jesus in my house. Well, I ain't never had no white Jesus on my wall. You know,
Even though we all know that God can present himself in anything, any color, anyhow.
Exactly.
That's why he is the God that he is. But I'm just saying, the way I grew up, it would have made such a difference to me to see something or somebody that looked like me in the Bible. And I think that's historically correct. Now, Ms. Walker, I understand what you're saying. And I'm with you on that. All the different shades, that's why Italians are the color that they are. That olive skin, yes. We are the first people on earth, and I realize that, but I'm just saying for a child growing up, not to see something in the Bible, which we preach as basic tenets of our lives. If you don't see nothing in there that look like you,
all right, you know
missing.
what?
Something's missing. That's just me, Ms. Walker. I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, no.
All right, in my family, there's been mixed marriages to my great grandparents. Now my grandchildren are in mixed marriages, and they are stressing the white person is stressing what the Black people are doing. They do it and show it and share it with their children. Now, I almost cried listening to the women talking before about being hit and something. I don't think I ever witnessed that in my growing up, in my time. I don't witness that with anything. No, I don't witness that. I don't see it. And I'm glad I didn't. But I've learned from it. If they were hit, then the people who were hit taught me how to move forward from that. The women in the family went forward, taught me forward from that. And my husband never hit me. And I think right now what we women are doing, and I like what y'all did. You know what? You had a little mental therapy. And every woman needs, I think, needs another woman they can talk to. I mean, talk to and say things to that person that they don't say to anybody else. They need to have that person. And I think men do too. I'm hoping that this day that more men are beginning to find that talking to another man will help them. And I heard you say some of your sons were learning to do that. But please, women, we women need another person that only we can say the things we will not say to anybody else. That was a good therapy session this morning when y'all began, and we began to talk. And I don't mean y'all, I didn't say anything, I was listening. So I was part of it too. That when we listen to each other and say, and the Bible that you have, I'm just worried about the truth that's in the Bible. I'm not worried about the pictures. The pictures don't make the story. Right. You got to listen to the words that Jesus said.
Ain't but one God. Ain't but one God. I don't care what color he is. He ain't but one God.
That's right. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Teresa, and I'd like to thank you all for your participation. I've been listening in every once in a while on the topics. I want to thank Crystal for doing an excellent job with the book that you all are currently reading. And I look forward this afternoon to presenting Module 5 to you, where I'm not sure if DCPL will be on, but we will cover other areas. Pardon me?
Diamond is on.
Diamond is here. Oh, okay. All right. So welcome, Diamond. As
Thank
usual,
you.
it's always a pleasure to have you on board. So you'll be here this afternoon to talk about your various apps on the iPad and how to access it. So I'd like to turn the mic over to you, and you take it from there. It is our beginning time.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all is well. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Thanks for coming
Yes,
on.
I can.
We can hear you, Diamond.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to turn off my video for a quick second so I can focus on this. Hello.
Hi, Diamond.
Hi.
Beautiful as ever.
Hello. Is everyone doing great today?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yes,
How are
doing
you?
great. I like to hear that. So today we're going to talk about 3 apps, right? So we have 6 apps here, as you can see on the screen.
Go to the bathroom here.
If everyone could mute themselves, sorry, that would be awesome. So we can hear the content. And Teresa, are you able to see the screen I'm sharing?
Nope.
We don't see it, Diamond.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, how about now?
You're good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so today we're going to talk about our favorite apps, DCPL app, Canopy, and Libby. I'm going to give you guys a quick a tour through it per usual. And if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat and I can answer them afterwards, okay? All right, so our first app that we're going to go over is the DCPL app. I'm going to open it up here. Right, and so this is how it will look on the home screen. And so as you may or may not know, I think Jordan and I shared this with you briefly. We redesigned the site and the app. So as you can see, we may have a few different titles, but the same services. So I'll start from the top to the bottom, right? So at the top here, you see the search bar. If you click on the search bar, you'll see that we can search a title. You can search a title, an author, a topic as well. And since this month is Mental Health Awareness Month, we're going to search for some mental health materials, right? So to search, you type in your topic, your author, or your title, and you'll click on the 3 lines to the right to search. Okay, and then when you do that, the books that we have available will appear for you to look through. Okay, so we have, let's see, what's this? 1,812 results. So you can read through the books that we have here, and that will go the same for any, again, title, author, or topic that you are interested in. Okay. So when you scroll on down, you see this beautiful scroll box here of book covers, right? And so these are our popular titles, right? So this is what's hot. This is what people are checking out, right? So not quite, not white. Let's see that, all right? So if you're interested in a book, you can click on the cover, right? And so this gives you info about the book at hand. You can place a hold on this book if you are interested, right? So to place a hold, you would have to sign in, right? And so you, we have your library card that we issued out to all of you. And so that is the card that you will use to sign in, okay? So placing a hold gives you one of 2 options, right? So the first option is if you place a hold, you can check out that book immediately if it's available, right? So if we have, let's say we have 10 copies, right? And it is not checked out by anyone else, you can check out that book, right? You can read that book. You can, you know, talk to your friends about that book. But if it is unavailable, placing a hold is also an option for you to go in a queue. And so when that book is available, you're able to check it out. So it could be a wait or it could not. It depends on what we have available, okay? So I'm going to go back. So we're back again to our homepage. And just a note, you can do everything from here. You don't have to go anyplace else really to do most of what you have to do, right? So we're going to scroll on down. So plan a visit. So say you want to come see us in person, right? This page here gives you an option to search one of or all of our 26 locations, right, around the district. So we have a map, we have holidays and closures here, we have filters as well, right? So for example, if you want to see what's happening at the Central branch, you click Central Library, and this is what we all have to offer at our Central location. As you can see here, outreach and inclusion services, that is us, that is Jordan and I. We have had the pleasure of chatting with all of you online, but we also have a truck that we take out into the community to offer services as well. We also have something called the labs as well. If you're into podcasting, if you want to sew, if you want to do graphics, if you want to just create, that's what we have there as well. And so these are all of our offerings at the MLK branch as well. And so you can search there. If you're into art as well, we have arts and exhibits. This is all of the info for each of our departments. And so this will look the same on every branch or department page. So we have our address here. We have our hours, we have the services available, and a department and or branch overview as well. And so for this here, you can also check out our current exhibits. Okay. And again, all of this can be accessed via the DCPL app. Okay, I'm going to click done here. We're going to go to our right, research and learn. So this is where you're able to research and learn. And so we have a lot of different resources, I'll say, for you to explore any topic you are interested in. Okay. And on this page as well, you can search by keyword. Let's say we're going to just type in DC, right? Pretty broad, but let's see what comes up. To search, you'll type in your keyword and then you'll click go. Once we scroll on down, this will provide the databases that we have available on the topic of DC. Right? So you can try to search for anything that you want. If we have it available, it will show as it did here, right? So this is for the research folks, the people who are interested in, hey, I would love to learn about a particular topic, okay?
It's her, the yellow.
All right, we're gonna come on down to attend an event. Again, if you wanna come in person and say hi, and or if you wanna check out a program online, you can go to attend an event, right? I'm gonna close that out there. And you can see what we have to offer. So we have book clubs, computer classes, we have self-directed activities as well. And at the bottom here, it will show you the upcoming events as well as the branch that it will be held at and the time and day. So I helped to build this site. And so one thing that we thought was very important and this app as well was to give the customer you all the details that you need, right? This is the time, the day, the date, the branch, and the age as well, because we found it important for you guys to not waste your time, to not travel anywhere or check out anything that was not of use to you. And so what you can do when you attend an event or check one out, you can see when, where, and who it's for, and it's just very helpful, okay? So you can scroll through here and find something that you are interested in, or your grandkids, your kids. We have something for everyone. Okay. And so to explore all of the events, you can click on that tab, to explore all events. And so here we have a calendar, right? Say if you want to do something on Saturday, the 20th, you can click on the calendar, and what will appear are all of our events. And then again, as I told you, it will provide the day and time and the location as well. If you want to do something today, you can click on today and see what we have available. If you are trying to chill today, tomorrow, and this week, let's see what's happening next week. And again, you can scroll through this here to check out what we have available. Okay, so that is attend an event. Okay, to reserve a room. Some of you may know or not, we have meeting rooms and study rooms, and and we also have event rentals. We've had people get married. We've had people do presentations at our branches. So, or we have people just come and read or do their little work and do their thing. You can reserve a room. So these are pictures of our different room across the system. If you have a branch in mind, you can find a room by location. So let's see, let's check out Bellevue. To reserve a room, you can check to see what we have available here, right? And so we have the title of each space. The green bar shows that it is available and the actual time. If it is unavailable, I believe it will either be in white and or gray, but it will tell you if we have them. Yep, it's in gray. So if it is booked, it will be gray. If it is available, it will be in green. You can also, to the left, check out other branches as well, right? So if you don't want to go to Bellevue, you can uncheck Bellevue. And let's say we want to go to Francis Gregory, which is a beautiful branch, very quiet. You can click on Francis Gregory here. And again, go through the list to see what is available. So we have quite a few things available for today, right? And again, if they are available, it will be in green. If not, it will be in gray. You can access that through your app with your card. All right, where are we now? Okay, get a card. All of you should have a card, but if you don't, you can click on get a card here, and you can fill out this application for your grandbabies, for your boo, for whoever to get a card, as long as they are a DC resident, kind of loose. It can also be the DMV. It depends on what county they are in, Maryland and or Virginia. So you fill this application out. If you want more info on that as well, you can click on who can apply. What do you need to fill out this form after you complete this form, and whatever other info that you need. Your card is also good for 3 years. So if you've had it for 3 years, you might get an email that says it needs to be renewed. If you do, you can do it on your account, or you can give us a call, or you can send us an email, and or you can comment. So that is how you get a card. To your right, suggest the title, which is my favorite feature. So hey, we have billions and billions and billions of books, but we might not have everything, right? So if we have a book, or if you have a book in mind that we don't have, you can suggest it. It can be a book, a hard copy, it can be a digital book, it can be a large print, DVD, audio book, whatever. You can fill out this form here. Click submit right at the bottom, and we will get back to you. And most times what I've seen is us order the book. So feel free to open up your mouths and share with us what you want, and we can see if we can get that for you, okay? So that is suggest a title, find and borrow. I'm gonna click on find and borrow here. Again, this is like a nice feature for you to do everything at once. You can suggest the title, sign up for a newsletter, borrow materials, computer use, and all of that. So if you want to get to the nitty gritty and you don't want to go through all of that, you can just click on find and borrow. My account, this is your account. You can sign in here. This will give you access to all of your personal info, all of your checkouts. And it's just for you to get an inside scoop on what you have without being on the outside, if that makes any sense. This is just your account. Okay. Now, I know some of you are on Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok, all the things. We don't have a TikTok yet. I hope we do get one. So these are our channels. If you want to follow us here, that would be awesome. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Pinterest. And hopefully we get a TikTok soon. I have shared with you all that there's also a feature called XDCPL. And it's basically our chat service. So if you can't get to a phone or you can't get to an email account and you want to talk to somebody right now, you can type in your name and ask a question and we'll be there to answer it, right? So it's in real time. We're very prompt. I'm on this feature at the beginning of each week. So, and we get questions and I'm there to answer them. So it is a useful element of what we offer. So feel free to check that out. But to note, this feature is only available Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. After that and before that, we are not there. Feel free to contact us in other ways, but during those times, you have a person readily available to answer your questions, okay? All right, so this is the DCPL app. If you have any questions, feel free to put those in the chat, okay? So that is that app. Now we're going to your favorite Libby. So this is an app for you to check out books as well. Now you can do that from the DCPL app, but you can also do it from this app. Okay, so we are on the home page here. Let me close this back out. Give me 1 second. Let me go back to Libby. Okay, so this is your home page. I want to find my little air. There we go. There we go. So this is our home page here, right? And so this is all you need. This is all you need to check out your books as well, right? So the way that we have this broken down, we have it curated by month, Asian American, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So if you're interested in any books with this title, we have a list here. We also have guides. If you don't really know what you want to pick up for your grandkids or your kids, we have guides here as well to help you get started and to just see what's kind of out there. Sometimes you know what you want to read and sometimes you just don't. So help is always nice, right? So we have a guide here. Let me go back. We have extras. And again, these are just lists for what you're interested in. Right? So you can go through each of these to see what you're interested in. Okay. So just to also note, these are digital books, right? So we have audio books, magazines, and also print digital books, right? Books that you can actually read. We have books that you can hear and also magazines as well, right? So if you click on the first tab here, I'll say with the 3 lines, you can search books by subject, format, availability, sort by, whatever is easiest for you. You can also do an audience as well, right? So say if you have your grandchild is a teen, right? We can see what we have in juvenile. We want to do, let's say we want to do Spanish, right? Go to show blank titles here. And these are the titles that will appear for the filters that you chose. Okay. So it's all about what you're interested in, what you're thinking about, right? I'm going to X out of these filters here, remove filters. To remove a filter, you'll just click on the filter and there's a small X beside it. You can click remove filter, okay? All right. Okay, so we're going to go to the bottom because this is what you guys will probably play around with. All right. We have the magnifying glass again to search your books. You can search through these filters here. At the bottom too, we have your home. This is all of your home. To be very honest, all of this is kind of the same information. It's just how you want to get to it, right? And you can break it down by books, audiobooks, or magazines. The 3 bars at the bottom here, this is your account info. To the right, this is your shelf. So this is what you have placed on hold. This is what you have checked out as well. So this is all info for you. So you can keep up with, say, hey, I checked out 10 books. Hey, I've read this. I'm not going to check that out again. This is just for your personal info, okay? And then to the right, this is, you see this clock here. This is your timeline. Again, this helps you to say, hey, this is the things I've checked out. This is when, if you have any questions or anything like that, right? So this is just to help you through your timeline. And what I always tell customers is just to play around, right? And just to see what's available. You can always like learn tech through just playing around, right? And so these apps are on your iPad. So that is Libby. And last but not least, we have good old Canopy. All right. So when you click on it, this will appear. This is your homepage, right? And as I always tell you, Canopy does a great way of saying, hey, we have billions of titles, right? They don't have billions, but it's a lot, right? And it gives you a great way to break these titles down, right? So these are the newly added here, right? You can go through newly added series. There are also a few TV shows as well. They have films, as you know, leaving this month. So this list here, if you want to check it out, I would check it out now because it's going to leave by the end of May, right? So they have this as well. If you're interested in a title, you can click on it, read a little bit about it. You can check out a trailer. You can also share this as well. Or if you're saying, okay, I'm interested in this, but I don't want to see it now, right? I want to see it on Tuesday. You can add it to your watch list, okay? And that is for you to get back to it. All right, I'm going to go back. So this is a way again for you just to kind of check out what they have available by list. They have reality TV, which I love a lot. Let's see what they have in reality TV. I'm into Housewives. I doubt they have Housewives, but I wish they did. Okay, the first 48. Okay, they have a few things. So yeah, if you're interested in that as well, you can check that out too. And again, these are the rest of the list. We're going to go down to the bottom. We're home now, right? So now we're going to go to browse. So Canopy, again, does a great way of saying, we're going to break down these titles, right? We have a lot, and I know it can be overwhelming, but if you're interested in the arts, we have some things for the arts, and we have it broken down more. You're into architecture, you're into dance, design, all of the things, fashion, they have the titles broken down in that way as well. So you can just search through, or if you have an idea of what you're interested in, you can search through those lists as well. Going over to the right, we're back at the bottom, search. Okay, I am interested in finance. You can type in the title, the actor, or the topic as well, right? I'm going to click search. And so these are all the films and shows that they have based off of finance. So if you're interested in a topic, feel free to type it in and you will get titles that are underneath that subject. Okay, we're back at the bottom, my list. So the thing is, you might forget what you watched because they have 1,000 titles, right? So what this does is this keeps tabs, right? So you can check out what you are going to continue to watch and then my watch list, right? So as I said, you might have titles that you're interested in, but not at this time. You can add that here and it will hold the titles that you want to check out at a later date. Okay. Also to note, you get 10 credits, right? So you're able to watch 10 films or shows per month. And after that, you would have to wait the following. Okay. And then more here is your account. This is your private info. Feel free to check that out if you like, but that's just yours. Okay. And so that is Canopy. So we went over the DCPL app, Canopy, and good old Libby. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat or feel free. I don't know if we have time now to ask now, but I'm available if you have any questions and or I can email Teresa the answers to those questions.
We've got a couple. We'll just go ahead and answer only the 2 hands that are raised. Go ahead and Dennis, unmute. Only 2. We're taking the 2 that we're showing.
Okay. Hi, Diamond. I really like the way you express things, but I have one comment for you.
Okay.
And that is, I don't remember at what point in my relationship with DC Public Schools I met you, but you are one of the children that remains in my mind. And to see you doing such a good job at your job, I just wanted to let you know how proud of you I am. And I hope that you remember that I was a nice person when you knew me.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. And I really appreciate that. And as I always share, you guys brighten up our day. So thank you.
Okay, Carrie Melson, go ahead. Unmute Carrie. Carrie, you're still muted. You need to unmute. Carrie, you're still muted. All right, we'll go to Brenda and have a quick one, and then we'll go into the modules. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, Diamond, can you listen to the older books? Like we were listening to Dick Gregory today. Is that like on an audio book?
If it's available, yes, I can check on that for you now. Let me see. Want to do it? I'm going to do it through the DCPL app. Do you know the title?
Oh my God, I forgot.
All I know is that it was a Dick Gregory book.
It was Dick Gregory.
It's one of the books he wrote.
Okay, I'm going to.
It was about his life. I can't
Yeah.
remember the name of it.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen again. And you tell me if you.
The name of the book is The Essentials of Dick Gregory, I think.
The Essentials. Okay.
Okay, let's see. So yes, we do. We do have it in audiobook format. Let me see if I can share the screen really quickly. Hold on. Screen. All right. Are you guys able to see it?
No, we just
no.
Oh,
No.
now we do. Now we do. You're good.
You're good?
I'm not seeing anything.
No.
No.
Just keep going. It's
Just
visible.
keep going. It'll come.
All right. So I went to the.
No, what should I be seeing?
Okay, I see it now.
You see it?
Essential Dick Gregory.
Yes,
Yeah.
now I do. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have 3 different types, right? We have an actual hard copy. We have a printed book, which is here, the first. Then we also have an e-book that you can read, but the audio book is right here.
Okay.
Okay. And then you can place a hold on that by typing in your card info there. Now, I don't know if there is a list or a wait, but if it is, you'll be put in our queue. If not, you can check it out. and
Okay.
listen to it. Yes, ma'am.
Is
Okay.
that also available for your Amazon book thing?
Yeah, we'll have to limit this. I really just wanted just the 2 questions to move on to the modules. We can always go
Okay.
back to that, but I must move on. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Feel free to contact me. And I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, I apologize for that, but we just have limited amount of time scheduled for that part of the program, and I see the questions just keep popping up, and we must put an end to that. You can always answer those questions if we can towards the end of the lecture. So this afternoon, is my screen visible?
Yes, Teresa, you're good.
All right. So we looked at the DCPL apps, and now we're going to look at the control center, the keyboard, and some security tips with regards to your iPad. All right, I'll go ahead and read the disclaimer. The Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any application topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including but not limited to mobile and device applications and any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners or presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. All right. Do we have any newcomers?
We have some people that this is their first module because we've been doing the 18
This
for a
is their
while.
first time. All right, so we'll just do a little bit of housekeeping here. For the newcomers, the iPad that you have is a loan until you've completed the program requirements. With that iPad, you're receiving cellular data provided and paid for by DACL. You've already received your one-on-one training. That's why you're here in class. And to participate in the program, you must remain in sole possession of your iPad. You must utilize the iPad at least 3 days per week, read the occasional emails. Well, they come every day, 5 days a week, and text messages we send and respond to them. You must also participate in a minimum of 6 virtual training classes, this is one of them, and respond to the midterm survey that will be emailed to you after you've been in the program for 90 days or more. All right, so this is what it looks like when it arrives. It comes in your mail. You tap on where it says fill out the form and complete it. All right. If you have any questions with regards to attendance, library training, midterm survey, is where you can always contact the help desk at 202-800-6868 between the hours of Monday through Friday, between the hours of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Okay. Any questions on attendance, you can always email attendance@wildtech.org. Any questions on the midterm survey, survey@wildtech.org. Our library trainings for this week, and so we have Tuesday.
This is not it's not updated. I'm not sure why I changed it this morning.
That's okay.
I apologize.
All right, so we've got one tomorrow, May 18th at Anacostia, Good Hope Road, and that is scheduled for 1:30 to 4:30. And then on Monday, May 22nd at MLK 901 G Street Northwest from 12:30 to 3:30. Now, to be able to attend any of these library sessions, you must call the help desk 202-800-6868 or email library@wildtech.org to reserve your time slot.
On the 23rd, we'll be at Shaw Library, and on the 24th, we'll be at Mount Pleasant Library. So you can find the updated flyer in the daily email.
Thank you, Alex. show your screen name. So if your screen name isn't visible at this time, you will not be receiving credit for this class. We just don't know who you are. All right, so in the event that your name isn't shown, you can look for the Zoom toolbar that is shown here on my screen. Tap on where it says participants. This is how it would look when it drops down. But today it wouldn't say 1, it would say actually 82. Look for your, where it should say iPad space or Zoom user at the very first row. You want to tap on that and follow the instructions to change your name. All right, to raise your hand, you must do it virtually. And to do so, you look for the very last icon on the Zoom toolbar where it says more, M-O-R-E, tap on that, and then the drop down will open up and you tap on raise hand. Okay, so Diamond did an excellent job on the library apps. So today we're going to now go into, well, here are some of the library apps that are available on your iPad, all from the DC Public Library, and you should explore them. All right, so now today we're going to look at the Control Center and how to access, use, and customize Control Center on your iPad. The Control Center on your iPad gives you instant access to useful controls and apps, which includes airplane mode, Wi-Fi, cellular data, and Bluetooth, screen orientation lock, volume and brightness, and more. Today, we'll be reviewing how to open a Control Center and what each button does and how to customize it with different features available. So this is an image here of once you open up, you swipe your iPad to open up the Control Center. This is what it should look like over here. I'm circling on your iPad. All right, so how does one access that Control Center? You can open up the Control Center by swiping from the top right corner of your screen, top right all the way down. That's all you need to do, top right, you can see here. And then that will show it. To close the Control Center, simply tap anywhere on the screen. All right, so let's look at each feature that is likely to be in the Control Center. Airplane mode, that turns off the wireless features while you're flying on an airplane. Then we have the Wi-Fi cellular, which enables your Wi-Fi. If you wanted to switch from Wi-Fi, well, cellular data to Wi-Fi, you can go to the Control Center to do that. If you wanted to set your device up to receive Bluetooth signal, you can do so. It allows the device to connect to each other without wires or cables. Then there's the orientation lock, which switches between portrait and landscape mode when disabled. You can access that to lock it or unlock it. Then the screen brightness and volume. You can drag the sliders to adjust the brightness and the volume. And then this focus, which silence calls, alerts, and notifications when enabled. So how does one customize the Control Center? Let's find out.
Customize Control Center to quickly access the things you use the most. Here's how. In Settings, scroll down and tap Control Center. To add controls, tap the Add button, or tap the Remove button to remove controls. To rearrange controls, touch and hold the gray lines and move them up or down. To access Control Center, swipe down from the top right corner of your screen. Or on an iPhone with a home button, swipe up from the bottom edge of your screen. Then tap a control you'd like to use. More control with a tap.
That's it. Okay. All right, let's get back to the slides. Go back to slideshow. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's get back where I need to be back to.
And this.
All right, so next thing we're going to look at is the iPad keyboard. We're going to look at tips and tricks on how to use the iPad's built-in keyboard. And here's an image of it. So if you're new to typing on a glass screen, give yourself a couple of days to see how best to hold and type on your iPad. All right, let's watch a brief video on how that.
In this lesson, we'll be learning how to use the keyboard on an Apple touchscreen device. Let's begin by tapping Notes to open the Notes app. The keyboard is a part of the touchscreen. The keyboard appears when you need to type. During this lesson, we recommend that you hold your device sideways for a bigger keyboard. The layout of the keys should look familiar to you. The space bar is in its usual place at the bottom of the keyboard. You tap the X symbol in the top right to backspace or delete, just like on a physical keyboard. But because of the screen size, all of the keys cannot be shown at once. Tap the period question mark 1, 2, 3 key to access the numbers keyboard. Here you'll find all of the numbers, as well as a few more of the commonly used symbols. To access the rest of the symbols, tap the #+= key. Tap the ABC key to switch back to the letters keyboard. Tap either arrow before typing a letter to capitalize the letter. The first word of each sentence will automatically be capitalized. Double tap an up arrow to turn on caps lock. Tap an arrow again to turn caps lock off. We all make mistakes, but luckily touchscreen keyboards are very forgiving. Misspelled words are often auto-corrected as you type. Sometimes the keyboard suggests a word that you don't want to use. When this happens, simply tap the suggested word to use the word you've typed. Now press the Home button to return to the home screen.
Okay. All right. Now you can also typing options on your keyboard are available. You can also use dictation or an external keyboard or an Apple Pencil known as a stylus to enter text. Yes, there's several ways to enter text other than using the keyboard, the on-screen keyboard that is. So let's look at those options.
Did you know that iPad OS has got a really powerful voice dictation tool built right in? To enable voice dictation, you need to go into the Settings app and then go to General and Keyboard. At the bottom of the keyboard page is a little toggle to enable dictation. If you've not used dictation before, you will need to go through a couple of steps to enable things, and you have the choice of sharing your recordings with Apple if you wish to. I've chosen not to do that on my iPad. Then go back into the app you were using, for example, Pages, and bring up the keyboard again. From here, all you need to do is press on the microphone button that's now appeared next to the spacebar, and then you can begin talking into your iPad. Siri dictation will then take your words and transcribe them as text on your screen for you. This doesn't have a 100% accuracy rate, but I found it to be pretty reliable when I've used it myself, and you can always go back afterwards and you can correct changes using the keyboard. Please note that this does need to be online to work, particularly on older iPads. However, iPad Pros can do this offline. When you're done, simply press the keyboard button at the bottom of your screen, and that will turn off voice dictation, and then you can use the normal keyboard to make changes as you need to. It's a really powerful tool to let children express themselves through their voice if they find typing on a keyboard difficult.
Okay, so that's how you enable dictation. Your fingers are just not working. All right, now we're going to look
at. Did you know that iPad OS has got a really powerful voice dictation tool built right in? To enable voice dictation, you need to go to the settings app and then
Hold
go to
on.
general and keyboard. At the bottom of
Hold
the
on.
keyboard,
Okay, I'm moving on now. Now, in addition to using dictation, you can also enter what is known as emojis using the keyboard. And as pointed here with the red arrow, you can tap on that little symbol there next to the dictation key to see more options. And simply select the one that you would like to have in your message that you're sending out. Now, right here, we have the dictation key. This is what you tap on to dictate. Okay. How to enter accented letters while typing. Yes, you can touch and hold the letter, number, or symbol on the keyboard that is related to the character you want. For example, if you want to enter an accented E, you just touch, you first find a key, touch and hold the E key and slide to choose the variant you want. Because as you can see here, there are many options here. There's several of them. So you want to slide to select the one you would like to have. All right, let's look at some other keyboard tips here. You can double tap the space bar to end a sentence with a period. Yes, you don't have to look for that period key to end it. You just double tap it and the keyboard will signal and end the sentence with a period. You could turn the keyboard into a trackpad. Yes, and you touch and hold the space bar with one finger and drag to move the cursor across the text field. Now, what is a track bar? I am not going to get into that part of it right now because you got to be real. If you do want to find out and learn more about trackpads, let me know and I will explore that idea. But the feature is available. Then if you wanted to redo, undo, you've entered some information in there and you want to undo it, you can simply swipe left to undo and right to redo with 3 fingers. Which you're using 3 fingers, you're swiping, again, left to undo, right to redo something that you would like to redo that you actually undid. All right, and then if you wanted to close the key bar, I know sometimes you're finished and you said, okay, I need to get rid of this key bar. How do I close it? So you want to look for the little symbol. So at the very bottom of the keypad, it's the keyboard icon. You look for that and just tap on it and that keyboard will close. All right. Now we're going to look at the editing aspects of using the keyboard. How do you select, copy, and paste text? So you in the iPad, in the apps on the iPad, you can use where you use the on-screen keyboard to select and edit text in the text field. You're either writing or if you're not writing, you're reading, and you can select, copy, and paste text in those areas. Okay, and that is done this way. For example, there are 2 types of text that you can select: already uploaded text, for example, news articles, app text, and text that you write like notes, and if you're using the app pages, each having its own navigation bar. So you're reading something, a news article, and you want to copy it. For whatever reason, you want to copy it to send it off to someone or keep it for your own notes. Yeah, you can select that part of the article that you're reading by highlighting it and then cutting it and pasting it into Notepad, which is an app that's there available in your iPad, or places in if you're sending out a text, you can place it there, or if you're sending off an email, you can place it there. So how do you do that? First, you want to, of course, identify the area of the text you'd like to select, and then you double tap on the area you want to edit. then drag the little tiny circles. You'll see them, they'll appear typically in blue on each end to expand the selection to your choosing. And using the navigation bar, you then select what you would like to copy, cut, whatever it is you like to do with it. Here it is. So there, again, as I mentioned earlier, you can select, copy, and paste news articles, any app that allows like notes or pages. And again, you want to double tap on the area you want to edit, then drag the tiny little blue circles on each end to expand the selection of your choosing. And here it is here. If you can see right here, there's a tiny little circle here, and the other part it's not visible here, but you're looking for something that looks like this tiny little circle here. Once you've selected that, this bar comes up right here, asking, well, what do you want to do? You want to cut? Do you want to copy? Do you want to paste? What is it that you are desiring to do? And you select it accordingly. Okay. You can copy images from your Photos app and place them into text. You can place them into emails. Yep, you can do that. So you've got a photograph in your photo gallery, and this is what your photo gallery app looks like right here, this multicolor looking app. You can copy a photo and then paste it in another document such as email, text message, or even if you're doing a presentation on some slides. And how do you do that? You open the photo app, then you basically look for the photo that you would like to identify. And you basically select over here. This is if you wanted to do it, if you were sending it off in a text message right here. This is a drop down that will open up and say, well, what do you want to do? I want to copy, I want to duplicate it, but in this case, you want to copy it. So you select copy, you copy it, and then basically you place it in wherever it is you want it. You put whether you're sending it off via email or text message. You select that feature here that's pointed to in orange. All right. All right, so we've looked at some simple, basic copy, pasting text features. There's more to it, but we don't want to give you too much information at this point. But from time to time, I do cover an app called Pages. It's on your iPad. It comes with your iPad. And I usually show quite a few series on how to use Pages to create documents. If you wanted to write a letter, whatever it is you'd like to do, we do have an app on that iPad called Pages where you can create documents there. And that's where I really get into all of the editing features when using Pages. So now at this point, we're going to cover the last section of this module, and that would be security tips. We're going to look at the good practices, the app security, and the system security. As shown here, let's look at some of the good practices that you should keep in mind. Always have, if you're going to lock down your iPad for whatever reason, make sure that the passcode is a strong one that you can remember. And if you can't remember it, make sure you write it down somewhere, because once you then configure your iPad for access with a passcode and you don't remember that number, you can't call the help desk and say, here, I can't get into my iPad, can you help me? You just can't do that because we don't know how to. And it's designed only for Apple, the developers, to do this. It's for the whole reason for a passcode is for confidentiality. So if you lock yourself out of your iPad for whatever reason, calling the help desk, they're simply going to say you'll have to go to Apple with that one. So please, if you are choosing that feature for whatever reason, You would know why. Make sure that you write down the code somewhere or give it to your son, your grandson, whomever. Put it somewhere where you can access it whenever you need it. And if you can, in addition to using a strong passcode, you can also use a biometric feature on your iPad known as the Touch ID, where they actually take an image of your thumb, and that will then allow you, only you, to access your iPad with their thumb ID. This is known as biometric. Everybody basically and should have their own unique fingerprint. So only you would be able to access your iPad. That's also a feature, another way of locking your iPad, securing it. A third good practice and is there's a feature on your iPad that allows you to find your iPad should you misplace it. Now, I know as we get up in age, sometimes we might put our iPad somewhere. It might slip under the bed for whatever reason. You're sleeping at night, slips under the bed, and you can't remember. You don't know what happened to your iPad. Well, not all hope is gone there. You can. There's a way to locate your iPad, but you've got to set it up. And in order for it to set up, you have to either call the help desk and have them assist you in setting up your Find My iPad in the event that happens. And every once in a while, I do an advanced training in the morning on how to set up Find My iPad. I'll be doing it again very soon. I think somewhere in June, I'm scheduling it again, how to set up Find My iPad, where you will need someone else using another device to locate your iPad. If it's outside of your home, it will tell you the location of where it's located. Yes, that's a feature that your iPad does have to offer, but you have to set it up. And then, of course,
really quick, Teresa, we also cover Find My iPad in Module 1. So I'm pretty sure we're doing that.
Oh, it's now in Module 1? Oh.
Yeah. I added that section in when I did it last time. So if we are regularly programming, we should have Module 1 on Monday. So if you want to learn more about Find My iPad, just make sure you attend them.
And that would be this Monday, right? Yep. Everyone should really configure their iPad, Find My iPad. You really should. So show up next Monday to learn how to do so. Then keep your Apple ID secure. Your Apple ID is almost, I don't want to say it's as important as your social security number, but it's close to it. And what I mean by that is that if you went into the App Store and you wanted to purchase something in the App Store, you will need your Apple ID to do so. And you must know your password. If you don't know those two, then accessing the App Store is not possible to do. You can go there to perhaps get free apps, but as far as downloading an app that may cost, you need your Apple ID as well as the password to do so. All right, the next thing we're going to look at is and just mentioned in the App Store, is the app security. Apple provides layers of protection designed to ensure that apps are free of known malware and hasn't been tampered with. Other protections help ensure that access from app stores to user data is carefully mediated. And what we mean by that is that when apps are developed, sometimes, and it all depends on the developer, there are malware might be there, and some developers do it. They actually do it, put malware there for whatever reason. There's a gain there. Sometimes when you go down years ago, well, I don't know how recently, but I remember before the public really became aware of it, you see, download this app, download that app, it's free. And people will go and download the app. And guess what? Their laptops or tablets will then be infiltrated with malware. And then basically after that, there's problems. So downloading apps come a long way because it started off where malware will come with those apps. Now, Apple in particular makes sure that every app that's within their app store is free of malware. So you don't have to worry about downloading apps with malware if you did in the past. Then this last part is the system security, which encompasses the startup process of the software updates. We had software update this morning. I don't know how many of you attended, but it's pretty critical that you update your operating system accordingly. And when I say accordingly, I mean Apple has certain set dates or schedule in place that their operating system is updated. However, in addition to that, they may have, for example, if they found that there's a scam, somebody's hacked in the operating, there's something happened, something's gone wrong that is really critical, then they do what is called mass update, where they want all the operating systems to be updated on everybody's device. For example, if they found a loophole where people are able to access confidential information on your device via the operating system, well, they want you and everyone to update that. They will patch it and then run that patch, that update, so that your system is now updated and locked down. And so that whatever it is that the scammers or hackers are able to do, they can no longer have access. But if it's not updated, it is not secure. In other words, like leaving your door partially unlocked, instead of having it fully locked, you have it now partially locked, meaning there's a loophole for them to get in. Updating your operating system is critical. You should be done at each update. In addition, so we had one this morning. I don't know how many. Alex, how many attended this morning's update?
About 50 or so, something like that.
Yeah.
So we were able to get answer questions and go over the specifics of backups and updates.
Right. So of that 50, I mean, that's decent, but that's not good, because we have how many people now owning these iPads? Close to 1,500. Yeah. We need to have more on board updating their operating systems on a regular basis. So please, when you see that reminder coming on the next, please attend it. It is so important to get your operating system updated. Don't wait till the last minute, and when something happens, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I try to do that training at least once every month, once every 2 months, because an update comes out from Apple regularly around either once a month or once every 2 months. So it's just, again, like Teresa said, look at the email reminder when I'm going to be doing that again.
Mm-hmm. All right. Again, library training. Now we've reached the end of this afternoon's lecture. Just a reminder of the upcoming library trainings. Anacostia, that is tomorrow at 1:30 to 4:30. Monday next week, Martin Luther King from 12:30 to 3:30. Tuesday of next week, the 23rd, at Shaw at 12:30 to 3:30. And then next Wednesday, May the 24th, at Mount Pleasant, and that is from 12:30 to 3:30. Again, if you'd like to participate in the face-to-face, one-on-one library training, you must call the help desk to schedule your one-on-one. That's the only way you will get that one-on-one attention, okay? All right, now that we've hit to the end of this afternoon's lecture, I'm going to look to see what hands we have raised here. Feel free to exit if you'd like to, or remain and listening on some of the questions that are going to be answered here. So I now see Carrie. If you can unmute Carrie at this point and ask your question.
I'm available to assist as well, Teresa.
Oh, you are, okay. And then we have Bryce. Go ahead and unmute Bryce as well. Ask your question.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Sudara, how are you?
Oh, this Royce.
No, Roy, can you raise your hand, Royce? Please raise your hand.
Yes, we have
And we
some
can
hands
answer your
raised
question
first.
accordingly. We've got a
Oh
couple,
my
we've
God.
got a couple ahead of you.
No, I don't need anything. I thought you asked me to unmute. I'm fine. I'm just listening.
Oh, we're asking Bryce, B-R-Y-C.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Sorry to disturb.
That's
you.
okay. We want to hear from you, Royce, still. Please,
Okay,
please raise
this-
your hand. We'd love to hear from you.
Hi, Miss
Okay,
Carrie. How are
this-
you?
I'm doing fine. For the invisible that was supposed to be on Wednesday.
Can you say that again? We couldn't hear the first part.
The produce from the farm for fresh vegetables. I called them. I got the telephone number, but I didn't have the address to go. Could you give me an address where I can go and get some?
Ma'am, we're not aware of.
Well, wait a minute. Before we go to, do we have anybody on board that has been attending that is going to get fresh vegetables? Do we have anyone on board? Please unmute now.
That's me, Miss Teresa. Is she talking about the produce plus?
Yes.
Okay, you have to call that number. Are you talking about harvest, the Hungry Harvest? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. The number is 202-888-4844.
You're talking about Hungry Harvest.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that program as picking up stuff, because most of the people that I know that are Hungry Harvest, they bring it to their house.
Oh, they do?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Let me see if I can go online and find that while Alex answer other questions. Just hold the fort, Carrie, and I'll look it up.
Is Bridget on?
Hey,
Miss Teresa, is Bridget or hello?
I'm not sure.
Bridget or
It's called Hungry
no.
Harvest, and
Brenda.
it's in DC. I'll look it up.
Yes.
Go ahead, Alex. You can ask other questions while I look this up.
Okay, no problem. Really quick, someone has their hand raised by the name
Hello?
of. Please rename yourself. I appreciate it. Mr. Bryce, did you have a question about what we went over today?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
This is addressed to Teresa.
Okay.
I have a suggestion I want to make, but I want to make it privately.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, can you send me a private chat?
Or email?
If I
Yeah,
know how to
just
do
look
it,
for
I
my
will.
name. Look for my name on the list and just select, once you just select me in the chat category, you should be able to communicate with me privately.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Yeah, except I don't know how to do that.
It's the three
Okay,
dots
so-
where it says more up top, up on the top bar where you say the three dots and underneath it says more. Click right there and you'll see the word chat. And when you push that, then you find Teresa's name and then you click Teresa's name and then you write in what you want to say to her.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Got
All
it?
right.
That's one way to do it. Thank
But
you.
that's
so
all
much,
right.
Jackie. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Next up, we have Ms. Jeanette. Hi, Jeanette. How are you?
I'm doing fine. And yourselves?
Good. Thanks for asking. How can we help you?
Okay, I was listening to finding, doing the security as far as there been any malware and how you have to set that up. What I'm noticing is I noticed it this morning where a bubble showed up and it said that they had been tracking my computer and absolutely zero malware had been found. I didn't set that up. So am I okay?
Ms. Jeanette, I'm not sure of what that said. All I know is the security updates, they're involved with the software updates. So as long as your device is updated, then you should
Come
be
here.
good to go in that regard. So again, if your updates are recent, so
I have to put my name in.
need assistance with that, please call our help desk or book another library appointment, okay?
My address.
But see, that's just it. That's my point.
yeah,
I didn't do anything. It just showed up that said that it already.
But I
been
had to
done.
have a keyboard.
Yes, ma'am. So that sometimes the apps automatically, or the system automatically updates depending on if your iPad is plugged in or charged up. So so if a message pops up, you just follow the instructions on the screen on your iPad. So there are new things called rapid security responses that Apple releases. So if you see any indication of that in any of the pop-ups on your iPad, just make sure to follow it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. I'm in the Hungry Harvest website. Is that visible?
Yes, we can see it. I'm about to unmute Miss Melson as well.
Okay, so I would like the zip code of her location.
Okay. Where I'm trying to get the keyboard.
Is this Carrie?
Uh-huh.
Carrie, what is your zip code?
20018.
20018. It's gonna ask for let's see. It's once at least give me a street, please. It says please enter a street number, but you can you don't have to.
30th Street.
30th Street?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, is that northeast, southeast?
Northeast.
Northeast, okay. Oh, it wants it just throw out a number because you don't have to give me your exact number. Just give me a number. I'm just it's asking for a street number, but I know it's private. You don't need to do that. Just give me a number, not your number.
Teresa, she said she had the phone number she could call.
Oh, okay. She does have the phone number. Okay.
Yeah, she has the phone number, Teresa. So Miss Melson,
Yeah,
I've
been calling all morning and it's always busy.
Well, each program, each program is different with the number of staffing available and things of that nature. I would just try calling again, maybe as soon as we get off the Zoom call. Sometimes people have lunch, and if they have an option to leave a voicemail, just go ahead and leave a voicemail and they should get back to you.
Oh, Mr. Rita, is there a number right there where you have the website? Is there a number for Hungry Harvest? Maybe she has a number. Or I don't know if she has the correct number.
Teresa, try 3000 Adams Street. That's just an example.
3000 Adams Street. Okay. 3000 Adams Street. Okay, I can do that. It does show you though because I've
yeah, you gotta get rid of the DC. You just make that area blank. So select all of that and delete it, and just start putting in the address.
3000.
Yes, all of it. Make sure all of that text is gone because it's messing up the filter.
Yeah, I understand. Hold on. Adams Street, right? Nope, that's the wrong one. That was the wrong.
You gotta delete it first, and so there you go. Now just type it in 3000 Adams Street.
3000 Adams Street, and that is Washington, DC.
This is it, Northwest or?
Oops.
You need Northeast, Teresa.
Oh, I need to put in Northeast. Thank you. Washington. Can I not spell it right?
Adams. Adams Street.
Yeah, but that's not. It's telling me that anyway.
It's the first one at the bottom. There you go.
Okay, pick up the right size box, choose your first name. Okay, we'll email you when you customize. So they want you to go in there and drill down. Sorry, it says pick the right size box, choose your first delivery date, get ready. So they want you to sign up.
Okay.
And this is what okay, so there it is here, harvest box. You actually pay, it's not free. If that's what you had in mind. It says here, full harvest, 25 minimum box, and it tells you, gives you all the things that you know, this is
There's
what
the program, Miss Teresa.
That is
I will find, I will find the number because we do not pay.
Right.
No,
There's a free one.
Yeah,
And this is a paid one. Oh, this is for the meal. Yeah, the other program is free.
Yeah, and I know the ugly fruit is the ugly vegetables and fruit is free too.
Yeah, mine is free. I got it delivered to my door.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
And you don't have any information on it that you can share with us?
I've been in the program for a long time.
Uh-huh. And do we have the right phone? Do you have the phone number?
That's what I was wondering, if anybody has the phone number, the one that's been into it for a long time. Do you have the number?
I don't have my.
I can't find it right now.
Yeah, same here. I'm trying to look on their website, but it doesn't seem like they have a number. But if you go to their website, which is shop.hungryharvest.net, they have a live chat feature available where you can chat with somebody.
Or if you can get somebody to go on there for you, go on that website.
Yeah, so you'll be able to.
That would be the quickest way. Yeah, and you sign
I
there.
don't see a number readily available, and I've looked for quite a few minutes. So,
Hey, Alex, I have a number for Food for All DC that's free and they deliver.
Okay.
You want that?
Go ahead and put it in the chat. Let's go with that. Just put it in the chat for me, Brenda.
Sure.
If you get Mom's Meals, that Food for All DC will not deliver to you.
We also have coming up. I'll tell you what we have where you can get. I'll tell you in a minute. We have on the Department of on June 13th. We have the food program that's coming up, and that actually you'll be getting a coupon for I think $30 or $40 worth of fresh vegetables and a box. That's coming up. So they'll be presenting on June 13th to talk about their program. Okay. Okay. So we do have that coming up.
Thank you, Brenda, for your chat.
All right.
Sure.
I think, yeah, we've got a few more hands. Let's go to Willett now. Hi, Willett, unmute. Unmute Willett, and then we have Adele followed after Willett.
Adele, I answered your question in the chat. I put the number in there for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have it.
Was that your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problem, Adele. It's my pleasure. You have a great day.
All right, so we just have Willett. Go ahead, Willett. Unmute.
Yeah, make sure you get these numbers that are in the chat, you guys. As soon as we end the Zoom, the chat will be away. So if you would like any of those numbers that we posted, please look at your chat now.
Miss Teresa, did you say Wilda? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Willett. We have a Willett Bennett.
Oh, no, that's not me.
Willett Bennett, her hand is raised, and we're trying to get her to unmute to ask her question.
Oh,
wow.
And any other questions before we wrap up for today? It is
Yes, this is Wilda. Yeah, this is Wilda Buzz. I have a question.
Okay, hi, Miss Wilda.
Hi, how are you all? Listen,
Good.
as I told you, I just got my iPhone. For some reason, my telephone is ringing on my iPad, and my phone is not ringing. Did I touch something?
No, that's a feature of your of Apple devices, ma'am. So I'm assuming you're signed in onto the same Apple ID on both. So
Yes.
what I would do is it is a multi-step process, but if you go into settings on your iPhone, so if you on your iPhone, go to your settings, hit phone again. Let me make sure. Hit phone. And then when you hit phone, there should be some different options. You need to hit on the option that says calls on other devices and make sure
Wait a
that
minute,
it's
settings.
yes, settings.
Phone?
So on your phone, make sure you're on
Yeah,
your
I'm in
iPhone.
set. Yes.
Yep, tap on phone.
I don't see phone. That's what I don't see.
You gotta scroll down the menu,
Oh,
ma'am.
yes, phone.
So hit
Okay.
phone, and then you should see where it says calls on other devices. Do you see
Yes,
that?
calls on other devices
And make
near
sure that
you.
option is turned off if you do not want to receive calls on both devices. I personally.
I do not.
Yeah, so to make sure that option is turned off.
Thank you.
You'll be good to go. No
Because
problem.
my phone wasn't ringing, my iPhone wasn't ringing at all.
Yeah, so it should work now. So if you ever want
All
to
right,
redo
thank
that
you so
option, you
much.
can turn it back on, okay?
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Ms. Braxton. Nice to see you. How-
Hello, it's good meeting you. I just wanted to maybe speak. I don't know who else is on the line, but I had an incident this morning, and I just realized it could have been in reference to the iPad, but someone called me and said that I was my information was improvised or something, and they told me that the police was coming to get me and this and the other, and they had gotten all of my information and just crazy stuff about something in another country. And I was like,
Oh,
are you
that definitely
serious?
sounds like a scam, ma'am.
Yes, finally, my son said, Mom, put all the devices down and don't answer the phone until we figure this out.
Yes,
So I did, but I was terrified.
Yes, ma'am.
Terrified.
Yes,
So what
that's-
should I do? Because I'm kind of new with the tablet because, like I said, I've been in 2 comas and I'm trying to come back. I really love the tablet and the phone. So I mean, I don't have a phone yet, but I want to catch up with everybody. You understand?
Yeah, so you shouldn't, so again, we've had our resources and our guests, we've had the Office of the Attorney General come and talk about the scams and other phone calls you may receive.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you did the right thing by hanging up and not giving them any information. So
Okay, yeah.
so yeah, so that's on your your phone. So it has nothing to do
Okay.
with your iPad. But just like others, when you answer and if you don't know the voice, or if it doesn't sound, just use common sense. If it doesn't sound right, or if if they tell you
Right.
like a granddaughter and you don't have a granddaughter or a brother or something, and you know that,
Right.
then you just know to hang up. So just
And
just
they
be worried
even had
about
someone
that.
else call me, and this person said they were the police from 7D. And gave me the number and name and everything. And then my daughter-in-law called, and that 7D said, no, they do not have anybody by that name.
Yes, ma'am. So that's
Yeah.
they're
Thank you
the
so
scammers
much.
are out here doing, trying to
Yes.
get the money. So,
What
just
you guys are doing is great. That's all I have to say. Thank
Excuse
you.
me, may I ask a question? I don't know if I misspoke or if I didn't hear you correctly, but you said you don't have a phone, but it came through your iPad.
No, it
Or you
came
meant
to
to
an
say the
old phone.
opposite. It
No,
came through your phone, not the iPad.
No, it came to
Okay,
an
you
old
just
phone that I
spoke.
have. I'm still
Okay,
waiting
very
to
good.
get the Apple
Sorry
phone.
you had to go through that, but just like your son
Yes,
said, just
ma'am.
hang it up. Don't ever respond to it. Just hang it up immediately. And just like
Yeah.
I told you, yeah, sorry you had to go through that, dear.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to go to the emergency room, my heart, because he said it was like $40,000 in cocaine that I
Yeah,
shipped.
that's their business. That's what they do, to put fear in us and try to get money out of you. But your son was there, and I'm so glad
Thank
of
you.
that. So you
Yes,
did the right
yes.
thing. If it happens
Okay.
again, just keep
And
calm.
I
and
know
just
now. I know now.
hang up the phone. Right.
Okay,
And
hang
then
up.
then
Hey,
another
Al,
thing,
can I tell you
another
what I
thing,
would
if the
do in that
police is summoned,
situation?
Um, sorry,
sorry.
there's just a lot of voices.
because I was trying to say some, oh, I
Yes.
was
Now,
going,
can we take turns? Let's go with the hands that are raised. We see Brenda. Go ahead, Brenda. Your hand
Well,
is raised.
I wanted to tell her what I would do in that situation. When the phone ring, I would say, disguise your voice. You say, Officer Brown, Fraud Division.
Yes,
And they
ma'am.
hang up.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, don't
Wow.
don't let them get you.
That's
Okay.
good, Brenda.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
but
you so much.
just so everyone is aware, you guys can see what's on Teresa's screen, correct? That's the information.
Okay.
for
Yes,
the
yes.
13th.
Yeah.
I want you all to take note of this on the 13th. As it says here, there will be providing a monthly box of healthy shelf stable groceries. The monthly box consists of 30 to 40 pounds of groceries such as canned fruits, vegetables, fresh meat, fish, beans, and peanut butter, cereal, pasta, rice, and milk, and cheese. And in addition to that, through you have grocery plus. It's grocery plus. It's not Harvest Plus.
We can do that tomorrow.
Grocery plus.
Yes.
Will-
We'll do it tomorrow.
It provides, you receive a $50 worth of
It's two different programs here.
Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. That's what it is. Is that what you're talking about, Carrie?
Yeah, something like that, but not so much.
Grocery
fancy.
Plus, not Harvard Plus.
But
Grocery
two
Plus.
different programs, Miss Teresa.
Yeah, those are two
Huh?
different programs.
Yeah,
Those are
but
two
hungry
different
wolf.
programs. So
Oh,
there's
The senior produce part of Produce Plus program. And you get the groceries and things, and then they also give the coupons for you to go to the farmer's market. So it does both, the Groceries Plus program when you call them. And
Thank
then
you, Louise.
Plus is a separate program, and they also give you checks for you to buy your fruits and vegetables.
They're not doing
Thank
that
you.
anymore, Louise. They're giving you a card. Looks
Yes,
like a
that's-
check card.
I forgot because I have the card. Yeah, well, I got my card last year. When they started giving cards, they said just bring your card. But if you don't have one yet, you'll have to go to the first farmers market that you go to. They'll sign, give you your card and whatnot.
Thank you. All right.
You can
moving
also
on.
sign up
Come on.
online.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, Produce
Yeah.
Plus.
I didn't get to, you have to go where to get a card.
Sign up online, Produce Plus.
Yeah. And
Plant
then
Fresh Farms. Let me
and
put it in the chat.
Yeah, it's actually already in the chat, Brenda. You have
Oh,
to
okay.
either call the number or sign up online. It's a form, so you're not guaranteed a spot. They are releasing those names and emails on the 1st, I'm pretty sure, of who is going to be in the program. So you can either call the number or find the form online for Produce Plus.
Yes. And the Grocery Plus
I just,
is through the food bank. Grocery Plus.
Teresa, I just wanted to
Thank
say
you.
something.
We're getting to that 3 o'clock hour, so I just wanted to get those hands down. So Willett, do you have something you'd like to question,
Yeah.
Willett?
Yes.
Moving
I
on.
want,
Go ahead,
Yes.
Willett.
Yes, I just want to give you the number. The number is 202 888 4834 for produce.
Yeah, yes, Ms.
Can you
Willett,
repeat
the
it?
number is in the chat as well. The number is in the chat. So I'm going to
Oh,
put
the
it.
number's already in the chat.
Yeah.
It's 202.
It's in the chat. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I just couldn't see the unmute. I'm still having
That's
trouble
okay.
with my eyes, but I'm back. Praise the
Okay,
Lord,
Willett.
I'm back, and I'm trying
Thank you for sharing.
to keep up.
All right. The next person I have there before we, Anna Dennis, and then Dennis Jackson, and then we're wrapping it up because we're at that 3 o'clock hour. Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead, Ann. Ann, do you have something to say?
Yes.
I was answering a question earlier.
You're going
Yeah.
in and out, Ann.
Okay, then we have Denise. Go ahead, Denise.
Okay. I wanted to tell the
And I
lady
didn't take
that
it down.
I just wanted to tell the lady.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Denise.
I just wanted to tell the lady that was terrified about the phone call. I was
Yes,
gonna tell
ma'am.
her anytime someone is gonna come lock you up, the police, they're not gonna call you. They just
Well,
gonna come
that's
knock
the
at the door.
truth.
So,
Well, first
so
it
when
was,
someone call and tell you that, soon as they, you know that's not true.
No,
The
it wasn't.
police not gonna call you, say,
Right, the
oh, I'm
police
coming
was-
to lock you up.
the police was the second person. The first person claimed they were trying to help me.
I know, but regardless, police ain't
yeah.
gonna call you, say they
Yeah.
gonna come lock you up, because that give you a chance to get away.
Right,
They
okay.
so you remember
Yeah.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Then
thank
Paula,
you.
Paula, this is what I recommend. If you get those calls again and you're nervous and you know feeling really frustrated, call the help desk. Tell us what's going on and we'll help you from there.
Thank
Yeah.
you. God
You have the
bless
help desk number?
Yes, ma'am. I talk to
Just call us.
Alex all the
That's
time.
what we're
Yes.
there for. We're there
Right.
to help you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you
If
so
you
much.
can't reach
Yes.
your
Tell
son,
them to
call
call
us.
me.
Okay.
All right.
All
Okay.
right. So
It's
I'm gonna
good to know
say
you guys have my back. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
It is now 3:01 in the afternoon. I'd like to say bye for now. That is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thank
day,
Thank you for
everybody.
participating.
All
Thank
right.
you both for
Have a good
everything.
evening.
Module.
And I'm gonna send
And
you
we
my
will-
movies, Teresa. I'm gonna
Yep.
send you my movies.
Yeah.
I haven't
So
forgot.
thank you. So just one last thing before we leave out. I want you all to think about what is it that you'd like to share at the Juneteenth event about what your ancestors shared with you about us being free. Okay?
Huh.
Think about
Okay.
it. Write
Thank
it
you.
down somewhere.
All
I'd
right.
like all of you to talk. We're going to talk about this. We're going to bring this thing alive. And
Mhm.
because we need to hear from those that went on, that's passed on. And
Uh-huh.
and only way we can hear from is through you all, what you're going to share.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Miss
Thank
Teresa,
you.
may I add one last thing for anybody that's getting scam calls? Oh, you have a technique on your phone that will alert you with a green dot if it's a good call, and if it's not, it'll tell you it's a scam. So you don't even have to answer them. So
I
if
don't
your phone has the capability to do that for you.
I don't
You just
have a phone yet. I
That
have
is
an
so
old
true.
raggedy phone. So I
Oh,
don't have
okay.
I didn't get
I
I didn't
see.
know how
Okay.
to get the phone through the
Okay, dear. Meantime,
program.
you got a lot of help today, and
Thank
again,
you.
I'm sorry you went through that. Thank goodness you have somebody else there with you that knows to tell you just to put it down and leave it. And
Yes,
you don't,
my aide was here with
yeah,
me.
you don't even have to listen to that stuff. That your common
Yes,
sense,
ma'am.
it just
Okay.
don't make
Oh,
any sense. Just
whoa,
hang up.
whoa.
Thank you.
Okay.
And refer them to Officer Brown, Fraud Division.
Yeah, I really like that. That's
Yeah, that's
Okay. Goodbye.
okay.
Really have a good
Bye.
day.
Thank
Thank
you.
for
Bye
having me.
bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
everybody. Have a good evening.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.